Welcome back, traveller. Get ready for another soft-spoken tale to help you relax and carry you toward peaceful sleep. Before the story starts, tell me where in the world you're listening from tonight. I read every note and always enjoy connecting across distances. If you enjoyed tonight's mystery, a like and subscribe helps me make more late-night stories. Now, settle in and get comfortable, and let's begin. Tonight's story is unlike any we have travelled through before. Tonight, we are going somewhere that moves. We are boarding a train. Not just any train, a night express, a long-distance beauty of the Great Western Railway, one of those great steam-hauled leviathans that in the December of 1895 could carry you from London's iron-roofed temples of departure northward through the night, through the dark patchwork of the English Midlands, through the border country where the hills grow wilder and the names of things become older, into the cold and ancient drama of Scotland. A train that breathes smoke and steam against the winter sky and carries in its first-class compartments a particular collection of passengers that, as we will discover, contains one murderer, one victim who does not yet know they are a victim, and a mystery so carefully constructed that even the greatest detective mind of the age will spend 3 days and 2 freezing nights piecing it together, one thread at a time. Sherlock Holmes is on this train. And so, as it happens, am I. I arrived at Euston on a Tuesday evening in December, in the way that I always arrived at the places this particular kind of travelling took me, without warning, without a plan, and with the immediate necessity of orienting myself to a world that was both deeply familiar and entirely unreachable by any ordinary means. The station hit me like a wall of sensory information. Euston, in 1895, was not the clean, somewhat characterless space that later generations would build in its place. It was a grand thing, a sprawling Victorian cathedral to the railway age, its platform sheltered by an iron and glass roof that trapped the steam from the locomotives in great rolling clouds that turned amber and gold in the glow of the gas lamps running the length of each platform. The smell was extraordinary. Coal smoke first and most powerfully, a thick mineral richness that coated the back of the throat and clung to wool coats, overlaid with the faint sweetness of the oil used to lubricate the great machinery, and underneath both, the particular human smell of a building containing thousands of bodies in winter clothing, who had been moving quickly and were now at a varying assortment of stages in the process of either arriving or departing. The noise was everything that the smell was not rich and layered, but enormous and immediate. 2 locomotive engines were breathing at separate platforms in the way that steam engines breathe when they are not moving. A vast, slow hiss and sigh that operated at a frequency you felt as much as heard. Above this, the sounds of the station, porters calling to each other with the practiced shouting of people who had long ago decided that ordinary conversation was inadequate for this environment. The bell of a trolley loaded with luggage being wheeled at aggressive speed through a crowd of passengers. Somewhere, a child crying with the particular abandon of a child who has been travelling too long. The distant percussion of a departure whistle. I was on platform 6. I knew this because of the sign. A rectangular board with white lettering on black, mounted on a cast iron pillar that also supported an oil lamp, now converted to gas, that threw a steady warm light across a section of platform perhaps 15 feet in diameter before the shadows of the station closed in around it. The train at platform 6, was the night express northward. I could read this from the board attached to the carriage nearest to me. A first-class compartment car of the type that the Great Western and the London and North Western had been building for their premium services since the early 1890s. It was a handsome thing, this carriage. It sat on 8 wheels in 2 4-wheeled bogie trucks, which gave it a stability on the rails that the older 6-wheeled stock could not match. Its body was finished in the dark chocolate brown that was the livery of the period, picked out with fine gold lettering. The windows of the compartments glowed amber from within, each compartment lit by its own oil lamp in a brass fixture mounted in the ceiling, giving the carriage from the outside the look of a very long lantern. Porters were moving along the train with the purposeful efficiency of men who had performed this exact operation several hundred times and had refined it to its barest elements. Receive luggage, confirm compartment number, load luggage into the guard's van or appropriate rack, receive tip, proceed to next passenger. They wore the railway company's uniform, dark jacket, waistcoat, hat, and moved through the steam and the cold air of the platform with absolute sureness of direction. I was standing approximately 1/3 of the way along the train, beside a compartment that I had not yet identified as mine, because I had not yet determined whether I had a compartment on this train. This was the slightly vertiginous quality of travelling in the way I travelled. You arrived, and then you oriented, and then the logic of the situation declared itself. The logic declared itself. A porter appeared at my elbow, looking at me with the pleasant professional expectation of his trade. "Your ticket, sir, and I'll see you to your compartment." I had, as I sometimes did in these moments, the experience of finding a ticket already in the pocket of the coat I was wearing. A coat of good quality wool, dark, appropriate to the season, and the company one would keep in a first-class compartment on a Scottish night express. The ticket bore my name. It indicated a compartment in the 3rd carriage from the locomotive. The porter took it, examined it with the brief assessment of a man who had read thousands of tickets, and led me along the platform. "Compartment 4, sir. The 7:45 to Edinburgh and Glasgow, stopping at Rugby, Crewe, Preston, Carlisle, and then the Scottish junctions. We'll be arriving Edinburgh Waverley at approximately 6:15 in the morning, weather and signals permitting." He said this last qualification in the tone of a man who had learned that signals and weather permitted what they chose to permit, and that stating the approximation up front saved considerable conversation later. "Is there a dining car?" I asked. "There is, sir. 3rd car along, behind the first-class composites. First sitting at 8 o'clock, second at 9:30. Breakfast served from 6 if the timing holds." He paused at a compartment door, 3rd carriage from the front, and opened it with the practiced movement of someone for whom the handle of a first-class compartment door was as familiar as the handle of his own front door. "There you are, sir. You'll be sharing with 3 others this evening. The carriage master will be along at 7:30. He placed my small bag on the rack above the seat, received the coin I produced from the same pocket that had contained the ticket, and disappeared back into the steam. I stepped into the compartment. It was warm, more than I had expected, given what I knew of Victorian railway carriages and their variable relationship with passenger comfort. This was, I would come to understand, because the Great Western Railway had by 1895 adopted the practice of steam heating on their principal express services. Heat piped from the locomotive along the undercarriage of each car, emerging into the compartment through radiator elements fitted beneath the seats. It was not the centralized warmth of the late 20th century, but it was real, and it was enough. And combined with the gas lamp overhead, a good lamp, clean, burning steadily, it gave the compartment the quality of a small, rather well-appointed room, rather than the draughty box of myth. The seats were upholstered in dark green cloth, deep and well cushioned, capable of being adjusted so that a passenger could recline to something approaching the horizontal for the long night portions of the journey. The walls of the compartment were panelled in dark varnished wood, mahogany or something that had decided to impersonate it, with photographs of railway destinations mounted above the windows in small frames, views of what I took to be the Scottish Highlands, a loch with mountains, a ruined castle on a promontory above grey water. The windows were double glazed by the method of the period, an inner pane on a running track that could be raised or lowered, and an outer fixed pane with a leather strap on the inside for adjusting the ventilation. Through the outer pane, the platform was visible in its steam and lamplight, and I could see other passengers making their way along the train, their breath visible in the cold air, their porters preceding them with luggage. 3 other people would be sharing this compartment. I settled into the corner seat by the window, the preferred seat of the traveller who wants to see without being seen, the observation position, and waited to see who they would be. The first arrived 4 minutes later. He was a man of about 55, heavy in the way of men who eat well and exercise insufficiently, wearing a coat of very good quality tweed that had been expensively made and then worn thoroughly enough that it now sat on him with the comfortable authority of a second skin. His face was broad and red from the cold, with a thick grey moustache and the kind of eyes that assessed their surroundings with the speed and completeness of someone accustomed to making rapid judgments about people. He carried, personally, a leather document case, the kind of document case that a man carries himself, rather than entrusting to a porter when the documents it contains are of a nature that makes the idea of a porter running away with them, however absurd, too uncomfortable to contemplate. He settled into the seat diagonally opposite mine with the particular exhalation of a large man sitting down after standing for longer than he preferred, and placed the document case in his lap rather than in the rack. "Good evening," he said, with the tone of a man who considers social niceties to be efficient transaction devices rather than intrinsic goods. "Long journey." "Good evening," I agreed. "Edinburgh. Inverness, eventually. Edinburgh first. You." I said something adequately vague about Edinburgh, and he seemed to find this satisfactory, because he opened the document case and began reviewing papers with the focused attention of a man who has a great deal to get through before he can allow himself to rest. His name, I would learn, was Archibald Dunbar. He was a solicitor, a partner in fact, in a firm of solicitors with offices in Edinburgh's new town, and he was travelling northward, carrying with him documents that related to the estate of a recently deceased Scottish baronet. The documents were of some considerable significance, not only financially, but in terms of who would occupy Dunbar's attention, and considerable professional anxieties for the better part of the coming week. He would tell me none of this tonight. I would learn it over the course of the next 2 days, piece by piece, in the way that information reveals itself when people are confined together in a small moving space with long hours between them and the next possibility of escape. The second passenger arrived 6 minutes after Dunbar. She was a woman of about 40 dressed with the kind of severe but expensive simplicity that women of intelligence and means adopted in the 1890s when they wished to travel without attracting the particular attention that ostentation would bring, while also making clear to those who looked carefully that they were looking at someone of consequence. Her coat was deep navy blue, perfectly cut. Her hat was small and practical rather than architectural. She carried her own bag, a small leather valise, and placed it in the rack herself before anyone could offer to do it for her, with the practiced efficiency of a person who does not enjoy being helped and has learned to move faster than helpers in order to preempt the offer. She sat in the seat beside mine, arranged herself with a competence that suggested the long journey held no particular anxiety for her, and opened a book. The book was, and I noticed this with the particular attention that a traveller learns to give to other travellers' reading material as one of the available clues to their character, a volume of George Eliot, not one of the more popular ones, the one about the clergyman and the historical setting and the intellectual texture that required actual attention to follow. She was, whatever else she was, a person who chose difficult books for long train journeys. Her name was Mrs. Cecily Thorne. She was a widow, travelling to Edinburgh to visit her late husband's family in connection with a matter of the estate. She was, by some measures, a remarkable woman, educated at a time when the education of women was a contested proposition, intelligent in a way she had long ago learned to deploy carefully in rooms full of men who found female intelligence threatening, and carrying under the composed surface of her manner a watchfulness that I recognized because I had seen it before in people who have been in difficult circumstances and have learned that paying attention is the best protection available. I did not know any of this yet. I knew only that she had chosen George Eliot and seated herself with the precision of someone who knew exactly where they wanted to be. The third passenger arrived at 2 minutes to the departure time. He came in quickly with the faint breathlessness of a man who has been running and does not want to show it. He was younger than the others, perhaps 32, 33, with a lean, angular face and dark hair worn slightly longer than the fashion strictly preferred, which gave him a quality that I might describe as artistic if I were pressed for a single word. He wore a black coat of good cut but some age, the kind of coat that had been expensive when new and was now comfortably middle distance in its presentation. Not shabby, not showy, occupying the space between with a neutrality of very good original material. He carried no document case, no book, only a small overnight bag that he swung into the rack with a single practiced movement. "Barely made it," he said, to no one in particular, and possibly to himself, with a short laugh that had a slightly strained quality, as though the joke were covering something that was not quite a joke. "Good evening." We returned his greeting, and he settled into the remaining seat next to Dunbar, across from Mrs. Thorne, and leaned back and looked at the ceiling with the expression of a man who has been moving fast and is now, with the imminent departure of the train, permitted to stop. His name was Edmund Vale. He was a painter of the illustrating and commercial variety rather than the fine art variety, though he had studied at the Slade and showed in the occasional group exhibition. He was travelling to Edinburgh to visit a patron whose commission had provided him a significant portion of his income for the past 3 years, and his breathlessness upon boarding was, though I did not know it then, only partly due to having run to catch the train. The whistle sounded. A great exhalation of steam from the locomotive at the front of the train carried down the length of the platform, visible through the compartment window in a rolling white-grey cloud that briefly obscured the gas lamps. The carriages shuddered once as the couplings took the tension of the locomotive beginning to pull, and then, in the way that the departure of a large train is never exactly what you expect it to be, never a violent lurch, but rather a slow and enormous beginning, we started to move. Platform 6 at Euston Station slid past the window, the gaslit face of a porter standing still in all the motion, watching the train go, the end of the platform, and then the city began, the backs of buildings visible in the darkness beyond the railway cutting, lit windows rectangled gold above us, the accumulated geography of London presenting itself in this particular way that only the railway shows you, from the inside of its cuttings and beside its bridges, the industrial and domestic backface of a city that shows its front only to the street. The lamp above our compartment burned steadily. The heating elements beneath the seats produced their quiet warmth. Archibald Dunbar reviewed his documents. Mrs. Thorne read her George Eliot. Edmund Vale closed his eyes, though whether he slept or simply rested behind closed eyelids was not immediately clear. The train gathered speed through the North London streets, the rhythmic percussion of the wheels on the track finding its steady pace, the carriage swaying gently on its bogie trucks with the particular rocking quality of a well-made Victorian express, not the violent pitch and yaw of the older fixed-wheel stock, but a slow, deep, almost oceanic movement that was, if you let yourself feel it as what it was, rather than resist it as something unfamiliar, profoundly restful. I looked out at the darkness and the city and thought about the fourth compartment. I had not yet mentioned the fourth passenger, because the fourth passenger was not, at the moment of our departure, sharing a compartment with me. He was, in fact, in compartment 7 of the same carriage. 2 compartments further along, separated from us by the narrow corridor that ran along the window side of the car, accessible through a sliding door. But I knew he was there because I had seen him on the platform as I boarded. A tall, thin figure in a travelling coat that had been selected with the eye of someone who understood that the best disguise was invisibility rather than disguise. A coat that was entirely correct for a man of his apparent station, making a long overnight journey, and contained therefore absolutely nothing to make anyone look twice. The face above it was long, hawkish, with light grey eyes that were performing the same operation on the platform that I understood had been performing continuously since we were both in the world, seeing everything, concluding from it, filing each concluded thing in the index of a mind organized for exactly this purpose. Sherlock Holmes was 2 compartments away. I had not known until this moment that he would be here, but I was not, in the way of being surprised by surprise, surprised. The travelling always brought me to where things were in motion, and things were very much in motion on this particular train on this particular December evening, though the nature of their motion would not be clear to me for several hours. I did not approach him. I knew from previous experience that the correct procedure was to let the story declare itself. The train ran northward through the cold English dark, and the story began its own quiet preparations. By the time the dining car steward came through our corridor with the announcement, a gentle knock on each compartment door, a brief opening, the words, "First sitting, ladies and gentlemen, dining car in 10 minutes. The train had put London comfortably behind it and was running through the dark Midlands at something approaching its full speed. The experience of full speed on an 1895 express was something that the body registered in a way that later train travel, with its smoother track and more sophisticated suspension, would not replicate. At this speed, somewhere between 50 and 60 miles per hour, the rocking of the carriage became more pronounced. Not dangerously so, not uncomfortable, but present in a way that reminded you continuously that you were inside something enormous, moving fast through the night, that the darkness beyond the window was rushing past at a rate that made the occasional light visible in it. A farmhouse, a village, a church tower, briefly lit by the reflection of the locomotive smoke, feel both precious and fleeting. The sound changed too at speed. The rhythmic percussion of the wheels on the rail joints, which at slow speed was a gentle 4/4 beat, became at full speed something faster and more complex, a layered sound that filled the compartment as a kind of deep white noise, below which conversation was possible but had to lean into itself, establishing the slightly conspiratorial quality that long-distance train conversation always has. I left the compartment for the dining car. The corridor was narrow, perhaps 2.5 feet wide, running along the window side of the carriage, with a series of sliding doors giving access to the compartments on one side and the exterior windows on the other. Moving through it while the train was in motion required the particular gait of the railway corridor. Feet wide, one hand occasionally to the wall, the body absorbing the sway with bent knees, the way a sailor absorbs the movement of a ship. At each end of the carriage, a concertina-style vestibule connection linked to the next carriage, a relatively recent innovation that allowed passengers to move through the whole train without the previous necessity of opening external doors and stepping across the gap between carriages at speed, an operation that the Victorian railway press had recorded numerous incidents of going wrong in various degrees of gravity. The dining car was 2 carriages back, through the first-class composite, through the vestibule connection, and into a world that contrasted pleasantly with the relative austerity of the compartment car. The dining car of the London and North Western Railway in 1895 was a thing of quiet pride. The company, like its rivals, had understood that the dining car was not merely a place to eat, but a marketing statement, a declaration about the kind of experience it intended to provide, a drawing room on wheels that said to its customers, "Look what we have made. Look what this age of industry has made possible. Look how civilized you can be at 60 miles an hour." The tables were dressed with white linen cloths, precisely placed, with silver cutlery and crystal glasses that the stewards had arranged at the beginning of the journey, with the methodical care of men who had long ago come to peace with the fact that they were setting tables in a vehicle that would be pitching and swaying for the next 9 hours. There were 10 tables, seating 2 or 4, with lamps in fixed brass brackets above each one that gave a warm, intimate light. The paneling was mahogany, real mahogany this time, and the ceiling was a deep cream with molded borders that managed the impressive feat of looking almost settled in its opulence, as though the railway company had decided to bring an Edwardian dining room and simply attach wheels to it. At the far end of the car, through a small door, the galley, though galley was perhaps too nautical a word for what was essentially a kitchen squeezed into the dimensions that physics and the railway loading gauge permitted, manned by a cook and 2 assistants who had made a complete accommodation with the conditions of their work environment and could produce from this moving 8-foot by 18-foot space meals that would have been acceptable in any reasonable London restaurant. I took a table for two by the window. Through the window to my right, the darkness of the Midlands passed in the way that darkness passes when you are moving fast through it. Not as a single consistent dark, but as a sequence of different darks, each briefly present before being replaced by the next. The dark of open fields, where the sky was slightly paler than the ground. The sudden absolute dark of an embankment or cutting. The warm dark of a small station building passing too fast to read. The brief complete brilliance of a signal lamp, green or red in the window glass, for a fraction of a second, gone. The steward, a man of middle age, with the particular professional grace of someone who has learned to navigate a moving room and make it look effortless, placed a menu before me. It was a good menu. The kind that the company used as a statement, a page of cream card with the company's crest, and a selection of dishes that the galley would then produce in the listed sequence, with the additional achievement of ensuring they arrived at the table at something approaching the correct temperature, despite having been prepared in conditions that made it genuinely impressive that they arrived at all. Soup, a clear consommé of beef, perfectly clarified. Fish, a sole in a cream sauce with capers. A main of roast beef with roasted potatoes and greens, dressed with something that made them acceptable companions to the meat. Cheese, biscuits. And to drink, a half bottle of claret from a region that the wine merchant supplying the railway had identified as producing something reliable and pleasant, if not distinguished, which was exactly what was required. The other passengers arrived around me as I settled. Dunbar at a table for two, with his document case placed under his seat with a proprietorialness that suggested he was not going to let it get far from him. His attention already on the menu in the concentrated way of a man who has missed lunch. Mrs. Thorne took a table for two across the aisle. Her book left behind, but her quality of focused observation already redirected to the dining car and its contents. Edmund Vale came in last, with the slightly abstracted manner of a man who is not quite fully present in the room he is occupying. Here, physically, but with part of his attention somewhere else, attached to something that the dining car and the menu and the wine could not quite pull him entirely away from. And then a door at the far end of the dining car opened, and Sherlock Holmes came through it. He walked to a table for two across the aisle from mine and sat down. He unfolded his napkin with the economy of movement that characterized all his physical operations and picked up the menu. His eyes, as he settled, moved across the dining car in one of those assessments that were, I had come to understand this across several encounters, not sequential observations, but a kind of simultaneous full-room scan that produced complete information before the casual observer would have registered that any information had been gathered. The process took perhaps 2 seconds. It found me, noted me, and, I was fairly certain, identified me as someone who had been in his vicinity before, though the details of when and where were not his to access any more than they were the rest of this world's. He said nothing. He ordered from the steward with the quiet precision of a man who has clear preferences about food and no interest in performing his dining for the benefit of the room. I ate my soup. It was very good. Around us, the dining car fell into the pleasant rhythm of a well-run moving restaurant. The stewards moving with their trained adaptation to the sway of the car. The food appearing in its correct sequence. The conversation at the surrounding tables taking on the relaxed quality of people who have been given permission, by the ritual of a shared meal, to speak to each other. It was Dunbar, who began it. He was not, by nature or habit, a man who ate in silence when company was available. "Travelling far?" he asked, and the question was addressed to the dining car generally in the way that large, confident men address groups rather than individuals when the intention is to begin conversation. A small exchange established itself, the kind of table-sharing conversation that train journeys create, brief, slightly formal, informative at the surface level, and not yet at any deeper one. Dunbar was going to Edinburgh on legal business. Mrs. Thorne was going to Edinburgh to address a family matter. Edmund Vale was going to Edinburgh to see a patron. And then Dunbar looked across the aisle at Holmes. "You're heading north as well, I take it," he said. The statement of the obvious that invites confirmation and, if confirmation comes in the right tone, further conversation. Holmes looked up from his plate with the expression of a man who has been listening to everything since entering the room and is now prepared to participate in it. "I am," he said. "Professional business." "What profession?" Dunbar asked, with the directness of a man who considers the question of what a person does to be the most efficient opening available. "Consulting," Holmes said. This was, I had observed across previous encounters, his preferred word for the public description of what he did. It was accurate without being specific, informative without being explanatory, and left the questioner with the impression of having received an answer while providing them with virtually nothing they could follow up usefully without pressing further, which pressing further would reveal as an intrusion. Dunbar was not the kind of man who was deterred by the first line of the defense. "Consulting what sort of business?" he asked pleasantly. Holmes considered him for a moment, that very specific considering that was an assessment rather than a pause. "The difficult sort," he said, and returned to his food. This, remarkably, seemed to satisfy Dunbar, who gave a short laugh and returned to his own plate. Perhaps he had met enough men of unusual profession in his legal career to recognize the category and accept its boundaries. Mrs. Thorne had been listening to this exchange with the quality of attention she brought to her George Eliot, not conspicuously, not in a way that drew attention to itself, but completely. When Holmes met her eyes across the aisle, she gave him a brief, level look that contained something. A recognition, I thought, or something adjacent to recognition, before returning to her wine. Edmund Vale was looking at his food. He had been quiet through the exchange, which was not notable in itself, but there was a quality to his quietness that I was beginning to find interesting. He was a man whose natural state, I intuited this from the way he held himself, the way his hands moved, the way his eyes worked when they were not directed at his plate, was not quietness. He was someone whose mind moved quickly and expressed itself, who was by the usual disposition of his days engaged and responsive and present. The quietness of this evening, of this dining car, had the quality of something imposed rather than natural, something held down. The fish arrived. The sole in cream sauce was exactly as described, correct and pleasant. The dining car filled with the sound of silverware and the bass note of the train, and the conversation of 10 or 12 passengers engaged in the pleasant fiction of a normal dinner that happens to be moving northward at 55 miles per hour through the December dark of the English Midlands. I ate my fish and watched the room. Holmes ate his fish and watched the room. We were, it occurred to me, doing the same thing, and doing it together, though we had not spoken a word to each other. This was, I thought, probably as it should be. The first sitting ended at 9:30. The passengers redistributed themselves back to their compartments, taking with them the pleasant, heavy-limbed quality of a good meal and the soporific combined effect of warmth and motion, and the wine, which had been exactly as it should be, adequate, smooth, the kind of thing that made you want slightly more than you had, and then forgot about it in favour of sleep. I returned to compartment 4. Dunbar was already there, document case now placed in the rack, with the documents apparently reviewed and dealt with for the evening. His large frame arranged in the corner seat, with the professional competence of a man who has slept on many trains. He had angled the lamp to its lowest setting and was reading, not his documents, but a novel, small and battered, that he read with the guilty absorption of someone indulging a private pleasure in public. Mrs. Thorne was at her window, looking out at the darkness with an expression I could not quite read. Not distressed, not serene, something in between. The expression of someone working through a problem that did not yet have a solution, and was doing so with the patience of someone who has learned that some problems require time rather than urgency. Edmund Vale was not there. I noted this without attaching immediate significance to it. He might be in the corridor. He might be at the facilities. He might be standing in the vestibule watching the track disappear behind the train, which was a thing some people found compelling. I sat in my corner seat, adjusted my lamp similarly to Dunbar's, and thought about what I had seen in the dining car. The thing about a sealed moving space, and this was the quality that made trains, in the literature of detective fiction, such irresistible settings, was that it created a closed system. The world outside continued to exist, certainly. The signals flashed past. The farms and towns registered briefly on the window and were left behind. The stations appeared and were navigated through with the smooth efficiency of a well-run express. But inside the train, the world was the train. The relationships and tensions and histories that these particular passengers carried with them were all that was available. There was no escape until the train stopped. There was no arrival of new information that did not come through the passengers themselves. Someone on this train was not what they appeared to be. I had no specific evidence for this. It was something more primitive. The particular quality of alertness that long experience had taught me to take seriously. The sense of a field of force that had not yet declared its direction, but was clearly present and directed. Something in the dining car had been wrong, in the way that something is wrong when a note is slightly off pitch. Not dramatically wrong, not wrong enough to stop the music, but wrong enough that the attentive ear registers it and returns to it. The train slowed. Through the window, the lights of a station approached, too fast to read the name, but clearly a substantial stop, the platform long and well lit. This would be Rugby. Rugby, at this hour on a cold December night, was a station in its night mode. A reduced staff, the booking office staffed but quiet, the platform lit but sparsely populated, only a handful of passengers waiting to board the Northwood Express, and a few disembarking. The locomotive took water. I could hear the sound of the water column being swung into place, the hiss and gurgle of the refilling tender. 4 minutes, perhaps 5, and then the whistle again, and the great beginning movement of the train resuming its northward journey. Edmund Vale returned to the compartment as Rugby disappeared behind us. He came in with the controlled manner of someone who has been outside and has used the time outside for a purpose, the particular composure of a decision made. He settled into his seat and closed his eyes. he had been in the corridor, and from the corridor, looking back along the train in the direction of compartment 7, he could have been watching the door of Sherlock Holmes's compartment, or he could not have been. He could simply have been a man standing in a corridor looking at the dark countryside with the unfocused gaze of someone who needed a few minutes out of a confined space. I filed it. I looked at the darkness outside my window. Rugby disappeared, and the Midlands reasserted themselves, their darkness interrupted periodically by the scattered lights of farmhouses and the brighter concentrations of small towns visible over embankments. Dunbar's breathing deepened and became regular. He was asleep, novel still in hand, with the large, uncomplicated sleep of a healthy man who has eaten well and knows his journey. Mrs. Thorne turned from the window and arranged herself for sleep. A small blanket produced from the valise in the rack, arranged across her lap and chest. Her posture adjusted with the precision she brought to everything, and then her eyes closed. Edmund Vale's eyes were already closed. His breathing was the breathing of someone who was not asleep, but was waiting for something. The shallow, controlled breathing of wakefulness maintained with effort. I let my eyes close. The train moved northward through the long December night. The wheels on the rail joints counted off the miles in their steady rhythm. Somewhere north of Rugby, the character of the countryside began to change. The flat agricultural Midlands giving way, gradually, imperceptibly, to something with more elevation, the hills of Cheshire visible at first only as a heavier dark, against the slightly lighter dark of the sky. The heating elements beneath the seats maintained their quiet warmth. The gas lamp burned at its lowest setting, a warm amber point in the upper corner of the compartment. And I slept, in the particular drifting way that the motion of a train induces, not the hard stop of exhaustion, but the gradual dissolving of the boundary between waking and sleep, the world of the train becoming gradually less distinct, the sound of the wheels becoming something more like a voice, low and rhythmic, and speaking in a language that is not quite language, but means something, and the darkness outside the window becoming simply darkness, the deep and restful dark of a long night journey going north. Dear traveller, wherever you are reading this or listening to this, let me find you for a moment. Are you comfortable? Let your body check in. The weight of you against whatever you're resting on. The temperature of the air. The quiet. If there is any tension left in your shoulders, let it go now. A long, slow breath in, and a long, slow breath out. The train is still moving, north through the dark. The wheels are counting the miles. The lamp is burning low and amber. Outside, England is passing in the dark, field by field, hill by hill, and the night is settling deeper into itself. You can let go of the details. Let the story come as it will. Let yourself drift with it, in it, carried northward through the December dark like a passenger in a comfortable compartment on a long, long journey. The story continues. You don't have to hold it. It will hold you. Something woke me. It was not a sound from the compartment. Dunbar's breathing was unchanged. Mrs. Thorne was motionless. Edmund Vale's controlled wakefulness had at some point become actual sleep. The train was still in motion, running at full speed through whatever darkness this was. I looked at my watch and read it with the difficulty of reading in lamplight. It was 20 minutes past 2 in the morning. We would be approaching Preston, I calculated, north of Crewe, which I had slept through, north of the last of the Cheshire Hills, and into the flat Lancashire coastal plain, still 3 or more hours from the Scottish border. What had woken me was the corridor. There was a sound from the corridor. Not a loud sound, not a sharp sound, but a sound that was wrong for this hour. A sound that was not the sound of a corridor that contains only the motion of the train and the sleeping presence of a first-class express running on schedule. It was the sound of footsteps, moving with the particular care of someone who does not want their footsteps heard. I opened the compartment door. The corridor was empty, but not as it had been. The corridor ran from our compartment in the direction of the vestibule connection to the next car, with 3 other compartment doors on the inner wall. Compartments 5, 6, and 7. The doors to 5 and 6 were closed. The door to compartment 7 was ajar, half an inch. The kind of ajar that happens when someone has left in haste, or when someone has not quite pulled it closed behind them, or when someone inside has deliberately left it this way. I walked to it. The discipline of a life spent arriving in other times and other places had given me a quality of stillness in moments of uncertainty. Not bravery, not its opposite, but the pragmatic calm of someone who has learned that acting without adequate information is almost always worse than pausing to get more of it. I paused. I listened. Nothing moved in compartment 7. I pushed the door open 2 inches further and looked through the gap. Compartment 7 was a single occupancy sleeper. The accommodation provided on some express services for passengers who required more privacy than the shared compartments offered, slightly larger, with the seat arranged to fold down into something approaching a berth. The lamp was burning at its lowest setting, providing enough light to see by without enough to be comfortable for reading. Holmes was standing at the window. He was fully dressed, which told me either that he had not slept or that he had woken considerably earlier than I had. He had his hands clasped behind his back and was looking out at the dark landscape with the stillness of a man who has been thinking for a long time and has reached the point where thinking requires external focus rather than internal. He heard me. He turned. "I wondered when you would appear," he said. It was barely above a murmur, the train-travelling voice, pitched to carry only the few feet between us, without penetrating the compartment walls to the sleeping passengers beyond. "Come in, and close the door." I came in and closed the door. "Sit down," he said, with the manner of a man directing operations in his own space. I sat on the edge of the folded-down berth. He remained at the window, hands still clasped behind him. "There are 5 passengers in this carriage besides ourselves," he said. "You have been sharing a compartment with 3 of them. I will tell you what I have established about those 3, and then we will discuss what has happened in the past half hour, which has made the situation considerably more urgent than it was when we boarded at Euston." "You know who I am," I said. "I know you have been in my vicinity before," he said. "I know you appear at certain junctures in cases that I am working. I know that your presence is never coincidental, and that you observe carefully, report accurately, and can be trusted with information that I do not wish to share with Watson on these occasions when Watson is not present." A pause. "Watson is in Edinburgh. He travelled ahead by the earlier service. I am to meet him there tomorrow. Today, I should say, given the hour." He turned from the window. In the low lamplight of the sleeper, his face had the quality of a face in a charcoal drawing. Strongly defined features, deep-set eyes. "Let me tell you about the case," he said. "And then let me tell you what happened in the last 30 minutes that you need to know immediately." He spoke for perhaps 20 minutes. "The case," the reason for his presence on this particular train on this particular night, had begun 3 weeks ago in the offices of a London solicitor with a communication from Edinburgh. The communication concerned an estate, specifically the estate of Sir Hamish Montrose, Baronet, of Montrose Hall in Perthshire, who had died in October of this year after a long illness, complicated by a short one. Sir Hamish had left a will. The will was not in dispute. It was the will itself, the document, whose authenticity was in question. Sir Hamish had died without children, his only son having predeceased him by 7 years. His estate, which was considerable, comprising the hall itself, several thousand acres of good Scottish agricultural and sporting land, a portfolio of well-placed investments, and a collection of paintings and objects of some art historical significance, would, under the terms of the questioned will, pass to his nephew, a man named James Montrose, currently resident in London. Under the terms of an earlier will, whose authenticity was not in question, but whose revocation the questioned document purported to effect, the estate would pass to a charitable trust established by Sir Hamish's late father for the improvement of living conditions on the Montrose estate. The difference in outcomes was very large. Not only financially, though financially the difference was in the range of several £100,000, but in every practical sense. The charitable trust would have honoured Sir Hamish's father's intentions regarding the welfare of the tenant farmers and estate workers who depended on Montrose Hall for their livelihoods. The nephew, James Montrose, had no particular connection to Scotland or to the estate, was known to have significant personal debts, and was considered by those who knew him to have a relationship with money that was transactional rather than custodial. The solicitor handling the estate, whose name was Archibald Dunbar, had identified anomalies in the later will that had led him to commission a forensic examination of the document. The examination had been conducted by a specialist in Edinburgh, whose conclusion was that the will bore signs of fraudulent alteration, that certain clauses had been amended or added after the original signing, using ink of a slightly different composition and under conditions that had not adequately replicated the aging of the original document. Holmes had been retained by the charitable trust's trustees to investigate the circumstances of the will's creation and the individuals who might have had reason and opportunity to alter it. James Montrose, the nephew, was now deceased. He had died 2 days ago in London. The death had initially been recorded as natural causes. He had been ill for some weeks with what his doctor described as a stomach complaint that was not responding to treatment. But Holmes had seen the preliminary notes of the attending physician through a contact at Scotland Yard, who had been alerted to the possibility that the death might require more scrutiny, and had formed a view about the illness that he intended to present to the Edinburgh medical authorities when he arrived. "The nephew is dead," Holmes said, "but the fraudulent will was his creation, his and at least one collaborator's. With the nephew dead, the fraudulent will presumably cannot now benefit him, but someone has gone to considerable trouble to produce it. The question of who stands to benefit from the fraudulent will's success now that its principal architect is no longer alive is the question I intend to answer." He paused. "And the question that has become rather more immediate in the last 30 minutes, he said, is this. Someone broke into this compartment while I was in the dining car earlier this evening. They went through the small bag I left here. They were looking for something specific. The bag was carefully searched rather than ransacked, with an attempt at restoration that was imperfect but deliberate. What they were looking for is a set of documents relating to my investigation. copies of the correspondence between Dunbar and the Trust, and a summary of the forensic findings regarding the will. These documents were not in the bag. I did not leave them in the bag. They are here. He touched the inner pocket of his coat. But I know someone on this train wanted them badly enough to break into a locked sleeper compartment while its occupant was at dinner. I thought about Edmund Vale, standing in the corridor at Rugby. "Who is on the train?" I asked. "Who else knows you are on the train?" "Someone new," Holmes said. "Which narrows it considerably. I did not advertise my travel arrangements." He went to the window again, looking out at the darkness. Through it, occasionally, lights moved past, farmhouses, a small station taken at speed. "Tell me about your compartment companions. Specifically, tell me about Vale." So I told him what I had seen. He listened with the particular stillness of someone absorbing information without interrupting it, asking nothing, modifying nothing, simply taking in what I was giving him with the completeness of attention that was one of the more remarkable things about being in the presence of his mind at work. When I finished, he was quiet for a moment. "Vale is interesting," he said. "His connection to the estate is not immediately obvious, but connections that are not immediately obvious are often the most significant. The patron in Edinburgh he is travelling to see, do you know the name?" I didn't. "We will find out," he said. He turned from the window. "For now, go back to your compartment. Sleep if you can. In the morning, before breakfast, I will want you to make a particular observation that I cannot make from my position without revealing that I am making it." "What observation?" he told me. I returned to the corridor, walked the few steps to compartment 4, and let myself back in. Inside, nothing had changed. Dunbar breathed his large, confident sleep. Mrs. Thorne was perfectly still. Edmund Vale's eyes were closed. I sat in my corner and looked out at the dark. The train moved northward through the Lancashire night, and somewhere up ahead, invisible in the dark but approaching at 60 miles an hour, the border between England and Scotland drew closer with every counted mile. I woke to a world that had changed while I slept. The light was the first thing. The particular quality of early morning light in the north of England in December, not the warm amber of autumn or the cold blue of deep winter, but something between, a silver grey that came in through the window of the compartment and lay across the upholstery and the faces of my sleeping companions with a clarity that was almost photographic. This light was not London light. It was too clean for London, too undiluted, the kind of light that exists in places where the air does not carry the industrial weight of a great city. We were north of Carlisle. I knew this because of the landscape visible through the window, which was a landscape of an entirely different character from the one we had been passing through during the night. The Midlands and the Lancashire plain were gone. We were in the border country, the hills of the southern uplands visible to the east as a dark mass against the grey sky. The closer landscape a series of rounded hills and deep valleys, the grass a dead winter straw gold against the grey-brown of the heather on the higher ground. Small lochs, not the enormous things of the Highlands but their modest southern cousins, appeared and disappeared in the folds of the hills, their surfaces a flat pewter that reflected the sky back at itself with the perfect fidelity of still water. This was Scotland. It arrived not with the drama of a border crossing, but with the gradual accumulation of landscape character, the way a person's true nature arrives, not in a single declaration, but through the accumulated weight of evidence until you realize it has been present all along, and you have simply been confirming what you already knew. Dunbar woke first. He woke with the competence of a man who wakes on schedule, regardless of where he has slept, sitting upright in his corner seat, and immediately alert in a way that suggested he had been doing this for long enough that his body had made peace with it. He looked out the window, assessed what he saw, and nodded as though confirming a prediction. "Past Carstairs Junction," he said, to no one in particular. "Another hour, maybe less." Mrs. Thorne woke next, without the adjustment period that some travellers require. Her eyes opened, took in the compartment and the landscape and the quality of the light, and she was immediately present and attentive, the same composure she had brought to boarding the train intact, and if anything more settled for having rested. Edmund Vale was the last, and the difference between his waking and the others was enough to confirm what I had suspected during the night. He had not slept deeply. He came back from something that had been too close to wakefulness to qualify as proper sleep, his face showing it, his eyes carrying the slightly bruised look of a person who has spent the night performing consciousness without the benefit of unconsciousness to relieve it. He looked at the landscape, and his expression as he looked at it was the expression of a man looking at something he had been thinking about for a long time. Scotland, the border country. Not with the curiosity of the first-time visitor or the familiarity of the regular traveller, but with something more complicated, something that mixed recognition with a quality of calculated attention, as though Scotland were not a landscape but a problem. I noted this. I filed it. The breakfast announcement came at 6:30. One of the stewards moving through the corridor with the same knock and announce that had preceded the dinner sitting. I made the observation that Holmes had requested. He had asked me, specifically, to note the bag that Edmund Vale carried, the small overnight bag that he had swung into the rack with a single practiced motion the previous evening. Not its contents, which were naturally not accessible, but its position in the rack and, more specifically, whether it was in the same position it had been in when Vale placed it. It was not. The bag had been placed with its strap facing forward, toward the window. It was now positioned with its strap facing the compartment door. An inch of difference in orientation, the kind of difference that was entirely invisible unless you had specifically noted the original and were specifically looking for the change. The bag had been moved. By whom? In what circumstances? During what interval? Was not yet answerable. But it had been moved by someone who had access to the compartment while its occupants were at dinner or asleep. Someone who had come in from the corridor. Someone who was looking for something in Vale's bag with the same motivated precision that someone had applied to Holmes's sleeper. Unless Vale had moved it himself, which was of course possible. Unless Vale was his own searcher, which was also possible, and considerably more interesting. Edinburgh Waverley at 6:15 in the morning in December was a cathedral of arrival. The station, which occupied the deep natural trench of Princes Street Gardens in the heart of the city, the castle rock rising above and to one side, the old town's tenements stacked against the skyline, was covered by a great glass and iron roof that in the grey dawn light filtered everything into a quality of soft illumination that made the station feel like a space between worlds, neither inside nor outside, neither day nor night, a threshold condition appropriate to the end of a long night journey. The train eased into its platform with the specific sigh of a locomotive that has run a long way and is glad to stop. A sound that combined the deceleration of a 100-ton machine with the release of steam that had been doing its work and was now free to dissipate into the cold Scottish morning air. The platform appeared out of the steam, long, stone-flagged, lined with trolleys and porters waiting with the particular patience of people who had been here in the cold for some time, but were professional about it. Passengers began to stir with the universal animation of the end of a journey. Coats donned, bags retrieved, the slight social rearrangement that occurs as people whose shared confinement has temporarily made them adjacent become strangers again in the returning world. I collected my bag. Dunbar collected his document case with the care he had applied to it throughout. It had not left his sight for the past 11 hours, except when he had been asleep, and even in sleep, his body had maintained its position in a way that kept the case within the same defensive radius. Mrs. Thorne retrieved her valise with the same efficiency with which she had stowed it. Edmund Vale collected his overnight bag, and when he picked it up, he paused, barely a fraction of a second, and looked at it. His expression told me nothing specifically, but the pause was there. Holmes appeared in the corridor outside our compartment as we were gathering ourselves, with the timing of someone who has been watching the corridor for exactly the right moment. He fell in alongside me as I moved toward the carriage door. "Your observation?" he asked quietly, his voice below the general noise of the arriving passengers. "The bag was moved," I said equally quietly. "Overnight. The strap orientation." He nodded once. I observed Vale notice it. He knows. The question is whether he knows by virtue of having moved it himself, or by virtue of knowing that someone else has moved it. He paused at the carriage door. Both possibilities tell us something interesting. We shall determine which by the end of the day. He stepped down onto the platform and walked without hurrying in the direction of the barrier, his coat collar turned up against the Edinburgh December air, his posture that of a man who has a great deal to do and knows exactly where to begin. I stepped down behind him into the cold morning air of Edinburgh Waverley. The city was above me, the castle, the tenements, the medieval ridge of the Royal Mile, visible above the station's glass roof in the early light, the stones of it a particular colour in this light, not grey exactly, but the grey gold of old Scots sandstone in winter morning light, the kind of colour that photographs can approximate but cannot quite capture, that exists fully only in the actual presence of the actual stone on an actual December morning when the light is doing precisely this. Watson was at the barrier. He stood with his characteristic combination of good posture and genuine warmth, his medical bag in hand. He carried it everywhere, I had come to understand, not because he expected to need it, but because it was the particular form of readiness he kept by habit. His moustache frosted slightly at the edges with the cold, his expression shifting as he saw Holmes from the attentive waiting of someone looking for a known face in a crowd to the genuine pleasure of someone finding it. "You made it," Watson said. "Of course," Holmes said, with the faint asperity of a man for whom not making it had not been a conceivable outcome. But his handshake with Watson was warm. "Good morning, my dear Watson. I have a great deal to tell you, and we have rather less time than I would prefer." Watson glanced at me, registered me with the polite recognition that was his manner with me across encounters, and nodded. "Shall we find somewhere warm?" he said. They moved through the barrier together and into the grey Edinburgh morning, and I followed, feeling the particular quality of the city settling around me. The cold air, sharper than London's, carrying a freshness that had something to do with being north of the industrial belt. The sounds of a city beginning its morning, the first trams of the day, the distant percussion of a market somewhere. The stone, always the stone. Edinburgh's fundamental character, its medieval pragmatism transmuted into architecture that had been standing for centuries and intended to stand for centuries more. We were in the city. The train was behind us. And the mystery was, in this December morning, only just beginning to show its shape. The compartment settled into its night rhythm within the first half hour past Rugby. This is the thing about sharing a small space with people you do not know, that the sharing creates a kind of enforced intimacy that has nothing to do with genuine closeness and everything to do with proximity and time and the particular lowering of social defenses that exhaustion and warmth and motion produce in even the most guarded of people. Archibald Dunbar, who had been reading his novel with the focused absorption of a man running from his own thoughts, had by 10:30 permitted the novel to rest on his knee while he gazed out the window at the darkness, and in this posture, large, comfortable, slightly softened, he was considerably more human than the document case-holding efficiency machine who had entered the compartment at Euston. Mrs. Thorne had set aside her George Eliot with the decision of someone who has read the same paragraph 4 times and concluded that the evening's remaining attention is insufficient for the task. She was looking at her hands in her lap with the quality of a person who is conducting an internal conversation of some significance. Not distress, but thought. The kind of thought that wears the expression of someone working through the variable outcomes of a decision already half made. Edmund Vale had not opened his eyes since returning from the corridor after Rugby, but his stillness was not the stillness of sleep. I had learned, across these travels, to distinguish between them, the way the breathing changes, the way the body yields entirely to the support of the seat, versus maintaining, even at its most unconscious, a quality of muscle tension that keeps the posture upright against what would naturally slump. Vale was upright. He was awake. He was simply choosing not to be present in the room, preferring the interior space he had retreated into to anything the exterior world currently had to offer. The train moved through Cheshire. I know this because of the occasional lights. The towns visible over embankments as concentrations of lamplight in the darkness, the shapes of which suggested the particular density and industrial texture of the north of England in this period, when the cotton mills and the foundries and the railway works had drawn populations northward and created cities that were simultaneously new and already weighted with the specific gravity of sustained industry. Through Macclesfield, perhaps. Through the approaches to Crewe, which would be a scheduled stop with a different energy from the lesser halts. A real stop, a substantial station, the platform lit and staffed even at this hour, because Crewe was one of those railway intersections where the network's logic concentrated and which therefore never entirely slept. But before Crewe, the countryside. The English countryside at night, from a train window in December 1895, was a particular and unrepeatable experience, and I want to try to give you it fully, because it is the context for everything that happened in the hours between Rugby and the Scottish border, and because it is beautiful in a way that I think only night journeys through the English countryside at speed can produce. The darkness through which we moved was not uniform. A train moving at speed through the English winter countryside produces its own small illumination. The forward light of the locomotive throwing a cone of pale light onto the rails ahead. the gas lamps of the carriages casting amber rectangles onto the embankments immediately outside each window, and occasionally, as the line lifted above the surrounding land, a broader view in which the darkness arranged itself into the shape of the landscape rather than obscuring it entirely. In this broader view, at Cheshire's most open stretches, I could see the hills to the east, the Peak District beginning, its near edge visible as a slightly darker mass against the dark sky, solid and present in the way that hills always are at night when everything else is losing its definition. To the west, nothing. The flat westward plain disappearing into darkness that contained, somewhere beyond it, the coast and the Irish Sea, the stars where cloud permitted, the Milky Way where cloud permitted, and the eye adjusted, and the distance from any significant source of artificial light was sufficient, which it was between the towns, in the long rural gaps between the nodes of Victorian industrial Britain, where the countryside was genuinely dark in the way that the countryside before electric light was genuinely dark, a darkness that was not threatening but simply complete. The darkness of the natural world after the sun goes down and before it comes back, and the sound, always the sound of the train, that layered rhythmic presence that at this speed and this hour had become the ambient condition of existence, not something you heard in the active sense of attending to a sound, but something you breathed along with, the way you breathe along with the sound of rain on a roof, or a river running below a window you've fallen asleep beside, the wheels on the joints, the deeper note of the engine at the front, transmitted through the carriages as a subtle vibration more felt than heard, the occasional whistle far ahead, sounding in the dark like something that existed entirely for its own sake and only incidentally for the information of human beings. Dunbar fell asleep properly around 11. I could tell by the change in his breathing and the final relaxation of his shoulders, the novel sliding gently from his knee onto the cushion beside him where it remained, his large hand still loosely beside it, with the touching aspect of a man caught mid-sentence in his own private world. Mrs. Thorne was still awake. She had moved her position slightly, turned so that her shoulder was against the compartment wall, and she was facing partly toward the window, her face in three-quarter profile in the low lamplight, and in this position she was conducting a conversation with herself about something that was of sufficient weight to keep the eyes open, and the expression quietly intent at nearly midnight on a moving train. Once she looked at Vale. It was a brief look, the kind that people give to sleeping figures in their vicinity, assessing, slightly curious, slightly vulnerable in its honesty, because she believed he could not see it. But there was something in the quality of the look that was more than incidental curiosity. There was recognition in it, not the recognition of knowing someone. I was fairly certain she had not encountered Vale before this evening, but the recognition of something about him that she understood from some other source, the way you recognize a type or a condition rather than an individual face. She had met the expression he wore in other people. She knew what it meant. She turned back to the window. I filed this too. All of it. The positions, the expressions, the quality of the silences, the one brief look. This was the kind of observation that Holmes had asked for, and that I had learned mattered. Not the dramatic statement or the obvious action, but the unguarded moment, the thing that happens between the things that people manage. Crewe arrived at approximately 12:15. The change in the train's character as it approached a major station was perceptible before the platform became visible. A slowing, yes, but also a change in the quality of the darkness outside, the light increasing as the concentration of industrial and commercial buildings increased, the sounds adding new elements as the station itself generated its own acoustic environment independent of the train's passage through it. Crewe in the small hours was still a working station, its locomotive depot never dark, the maintenance crews moving through the illuminated shed spaces with their lamps and their tools, the coal and water facilities operational for the overnight services, a handful of passengers on the platform going somewhere or coming from somewhere in the deep hours of a winter night. The stop lasted 6 minutes. During those 6 minutes, I watched the platform through the window. A couple, middle-aged, waiting with the patience of people who have been waiting for some time and have made their peace with it. A railway official in uniform crossing the platform with a lantern, his steps quick and purposeful in the cold. A goods trolley being wheeled by a porter toward the luggage van at the rear of the train, its wheels audible over the general platform noise in the way that wheels on stone always become audible when your ears are already tuned to the sound of wheels on rails. Nobody boarded our carriage. The whistle, the departure, the darkness of Cheshire resumed. At approximately 1 in the morning, the train crossed into Lancashire, though there was no announcement of this fact, and the crossing of a county boundary from inside a moving train at night is an essentially invisible event. The landscape continuing its dark sameness, the stars still intermittent behind their cloud cover, the wheels still counting their miles. Mrs. Thorne fell asleep shortly afterward. I watched the transition, the gradual yielding of the upright composure to something more fundamental, the head tilting by degrees toward the window, the fine lines of attention in her face releasing, the breathing deepening. She was, in sleep, considerably younger than she was awake. Sleep has this quality for people who carry things. It removes the years that the carrying puts on a face and returns it to something closer to its essential age. The compartment was now 3 people asleep and 1 person who could not quite decide. I was neither asleep nor entirely awake. I was in the state that long-distance train travel produces in the passenger, who has decided they should sleep but has not yet managed it. The half-world between, where the train's rhythm has become part of the rhythm of thought rather than something separate from it, where the occasional light outside the window enters consciousness, not as information, but as sensation, where the quality of time changes from its normal sequential nature into something more circular, the same hour presenting itself repeatedly in slightly different configurations. In this state, I thought about homes 2 compartments away. I thought about what it meant to be a mind of that particular quality, that restless, comprehensive, constantly processing intelligence, on a night train moving north. Did he sleep on nights like this? Did the combination of the case's unresolved elements and the contained space quality of the train, all the subjects of the investigation within reach, their positions and their breathing and their overnight bags all within a few meters, permit the necessary disconnection from the world that sleep requires? I suspected not. I suspected that he was at his window, hands behind his back, watching the dark countryside and thinking, the way the violin playing was thinking, the way the pipe was thinking, using the external sensation as a kind of carrier for the internal process, letting the rhythm of the wheels be the rhythm of the connection being made. I suspected he had already, in the 3 or 4 hours since our departure, assembled a version of the solution. Not complete, incomplete in the specific details that required verification, but structurally sound, the framework in place, the important conclusions reached and filed, the remaining work identified and already being planned. This was how his mind worked, as far as I had been able to understand it across these encounters. Not the romantic accumulation of clues toward the eventual flash of insight, but a continuous process of elimination and organization that was never at rest and therefore reached its conclusions not dramatically, but inevitably, the way water reaches the lowest point, not because of a special moment, but because the process was always leading there. At 20 minutes past 2 in the morning, I heard the sound in the corridor. What followed, I have already told you. The corridor, the ajar door, the compartment, the figure at the window. What I have not told you yet is the feeling of standing in that corridor in the small hours of a December night on a train running northward through Lancashire, with the sound of the compartments on either side of me producing their sleeping presences, and the corridor itself cold, where the heating from the compartment underfloor system had not reached it. The smell of coal smoke and winter and old wood, and the specific train smell that is composed of all of these, and also of the particular chemistry of a machine built to move people long distances through all weathers. The sound of the wheels, louder in the corridor than in the compartments. The slight sway of the carriage at speed, more noticeable standing than seated. And ahead, the door to compartment 7, ajar. There was a moment before I pushed it further open, before I saw Holmes at his window, where I stood in the corridor and felt the particular quality of a situation that is not yet resolved. Not danger, not fear. Something more neutral and also more interesting. The feeling of being inside a story that has not yet told you what kind of story it is. The feeling of the plot before the plot knows what it will be. I pushed the door open, and that was when it began in earnest. Holmes spoke in that measured, low-voiced way for the better part of 20 minutes. He had, as I came to understand in the telling, been working this case for 3 weeks with the thoroughness that characterized everything he did, which was to say, not the thoroughness that goes deep in only one direction, but the kind that maps the entire territory before committing to any particular path through it. The Montrose estate had first come to his attention through Dunbar. The solicitor, who was, Holmes acknowledged, a man of genuine professional integrity and a quality of specific legal intelligence that deserved more credit than the usual portrayal of the Edinburgh solicitor received, had identified the discrepancy in the will within a week of receiving it from the estate's factor. The discrepancy was small and specific and required the particular expert eye of a man who had handled Sir Hamish Montrose's legal affairs for 11 years and knew, in the way that a good solicitor knows a long-standing client's business, the rhythms and preferences of how Sir Hamish had managed his affairs. Sir Hamish had been a methodical man, a precise man. He had executed legal documents in a particular way, always in the presence of 2 witnesses, always in his library at Montrose Hall, always in the early morning when his mind was clearest, and always with the date written out in full in his own hand at the top of the document before the lawyer's typescript began. This was, Dunbar had told Holmes, not merely habit, but something Sir Hamish had insisted on as a matter of principle. He believed that a legal document executed in haste or in poor conditions was a document that deserved to be disputed, and he refused to give posterity any grounds. The fraudulent later will bore the date in a different position, not dramatically different, a detail invisible to anyone who had not seen Sir Hamish's other documents, but visible to Dunbar, who had seen 30 years of them. The date, Holmes said, in the compartment, was written not at the top of the first page, but at the bottom of the second, above the signature line, which is where, in a document being altered rather than originally executed, you would need to place a new date after the other content had been arranged. I absorbed this. Dunbar commissioned a chemical analysis of the ink, Holmes continued. The analysis was conducted by a specialist in Edinburgh who has worked on disputed historical documents for the university and several legal firms. His finding was that the ink used for the altered clauses, a section of approximately 200 words on the second page, and a shorter passage of perhaps 80 words on the fourth, was chemically consistent with inks of the period, but showed a composition that was not quite identical to the ink used for the rest of the document. How different? I asked. Subtly. A slightly higher proportion of gallnut extract, a trace difference in the iron sulfate content. Neither of these differences, taken alone, would be conclusive. Inks from the same period varied, and even inks from the same bottle would show some variation after extended exposure to air and light. But taken together with the date positioning, and with one other anomaly. He paused. This was not a dramatic pause. It was the pause of a man who is deciding how much technical detail to include in a briefing for someone he respects, but whose specialist knowledge does not extend to forensic document examination. The craquelure, he said, the surface cracking of the ink as it ages. Old ink, properly aged over decades, develops a very specific pattern of microfractures that depend on the chemistry of the ink, the surface it was applied to, and the conditions it has been stored in. The cracks in the altered sections, when examined under a glass at sufficient magnification, show a pattern that is consistent with artificially accelerated aging. Not a crude attempt. The technique was sophisticated and would have deceived a less specialist eye. But the specialist eye noticed that the microfracture pattern in the altered sections was slightly too uniform. Natural aging produces random variation. The artificial aging technique, which involves controlled exposure to specific atmospheric conditions over a much shorter period, produces a pattern that is statistically regular in a way that natural processes do not quite manage. This was, I thought, an extraordinary level of technical sophistication in the commission of a fraud. This was not the work of an opportunist or a desperate amateur. This was the work of someone who had researched the methods of forensic document examination and had specifically designed a counterfeiting technique to defeat them. The person who altered the will, I said, had a detailed knowledge of document forensics. Detailed enough to almost succeed, Holmes said. Almost. The question I have been working for 3 weeks is, who, among the people with access to Sir Hamish's documents and with motive to alter them, had this specific knowledge? He turned from the window and looked at me directly. The answer requires understanding 3 things. Who was at Montrose Hall in Sir Hamish's final weeks? Who among those present had both the motive and the technical capacity? And who was sufficiently connected to the London art and antiques world, where this specific knowledge of ink chemistry and document aging techniques tends to concentrate, to have acquired it? I saw the connection forming before he stated it. An artist, I said. Someone with knowledge of historical materials, he confirmed. Someone whose professional life involved the chemistry of pigments and the science of aging materials. Someone who understood how paper and ink and the passage of time interact with each other, not as an academic, but as a practitioner. Veil, I said. Veil is one possibility, Holmes said carefully. The technique described by the forensic examiner could have been developed independently by anyone with the right background and sufficient research. Vale is on this train. He is connected to the Montrose estate, as we will discover in Edinburgh. He paused. But Vale presents a particular quality that troubles me. What quality? He is frightened, Holmes said. His behaviour on this train is the behaviour of someone who is afraid of something that may be on the train with him. Not the general anxiety of someone carrying out a complex deception. That tends to manifest as watchfulness directed outward, toward anyone who might be observing. Vale's fear is directional. He is afraid of a specific thing in a specific direction. Someone else on the train, I said. Someone else on the train, Holmes agreed. And that changes the picture considerably. He went back to the window. Outside, the darkness of Lancashire rolled past, the signal lights flashing their brief coloured messages. Clear, 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 the long northward route unobstructed, and the night express running free. The bag, he said. I asked you to observe Vale's bag. In the morning, look specifically at the orientation of the strap handle. He placed it facing forward. Any change to that orientation will tell us something. What will it tell us? It will tell us whether someone searched it during the night and was not quite careful enough in their restoration, and from the timing, from whether the bag was accessible during the dinner sitting or during the sleeping hours, we can narrow considerably the question of when it was searched, and therefore who had the opportunity. He was quiet for a moment. Go back, he said. Sleep if you can. In the morning we will be in Edinburgh, and the next phase will begin. I went back. Edinburgh in December is a city that rewards the person willing to be cold. This is the essential bargain the city makes with its visitors and its residents. I will give you something extraordinary. The castle, the old town, the geological drama of the city's setting on its volcanic rock, the particular quality of Scottish winter light, which is unlike the light of any other latitude and rewards the attentive eye enormously. And in return, you will accept that in December, the wind comes from the north and has not been significantly impeded since Scandinavia, and carries in it a temperature that your body will identify as a challenge rather than a pleasure. This bargain is, on balance, entirely worth accepting. Watson had made his peace with it. He was wearing, when he met us at the barrier, a coat that had been selected with the specific purpose of managing Edinburgh winter in mind. Heavier than his usual London coat, with the collar designed to be turned up and stay turned up, and with the general quality of a garment acquired by a man who has been cold in a good cause before and has learned from the experience. He was also, which was the more important thing, already briefed. He had used the previous evening, after arriving by the earlier afternoon service, and depositing his medical bag and Holmes's pre-arranged documents at the hotel, in precisely the way that Holmes had asked, quietly, efficiently, without alarm, to establish the three things that Holmes needed to know before we could move. The first hour had been spent at a coffee house on the Royal Mile that Watson had identified, through a letter of introduction from a London medical colleague, as a place frequented by lawyers and legal clerks who worked in the Newtown firms. The coffee house served an excellent coffee and a reasonable selection of Edinburgh's approach to light refreshment, and Watson had established himself there at a table with his medical journal, which he carried specifically for this purpose, as the presence of a medical man absorbed in professional reading is one of the better camouflages available for the patient accumulation of useful conversation, and had, over the course of the afternoon, managed 3 separate conversations with 3 separate solicitors' clerks, who between them provided him with a sufficiently complete picture of the internal state of Dunbar, Morrison, and Carlyle's Montrose file. The second hour had been spent at the offices of the Edinburgh Artistic Community's informal clearinghouse, a gallery on Queen Street run by a woman of sharp intelligence and comprehensive knowledge of the city's collecting world named Miss Drummond, who supplemented the gallery's income with a discreet consultancy to collectors seeking information about artists and the reverse. Watson had met Miss Drummond with the same professional letter of introduction approach and had, within 45 minutes, established the full picture of Douglas Carmichael's collecting activities, his relationship with Vail, and, this was the detail that mattered, his position as a trustee. The third piece had required something more delicate. Watson had needed to establish the state of the medical case surrounding James Montrose's death without revealing why he was asking, to a physician who had not been asked by anyone to question what he had certified as natural causes. This had required a more circuitous approach. A telephone call from the hotel to a mutual acquaintance in London, who had conducted a preliminary inquiry of his own before calling back with the information Watson needed. All three inquiries, compressed into an Edinburgh afternoon and evening, represented a standard of legwork that Watson would probably never receive adequate credit for in the published record of these adventures, because Watson's published accounts tended, through natural modesty and through the convention of the genre, to give the dramatic weight to Holmes's conclusions while treating the accumulation of the evidence as a logistical given. But the evidence was never a logistical given. It was always the result of someone going somewhere cold and asking the right questions of the right people with the right amount of patience. Watson had done this in Edinburgh the previous afternoon and evening, while Holmes and I were on the train. This was why, at the breakfast table, when Watson said antimony, and the word landed in the room with the weight it carried, the word was not a guess or a suggestion, but a conclusion grounded in 3 hours of careful preparation. Holmes listened to all of it, the way he always listened to Watson, with the kind of attention that would be called respectful in anyone else, though in Holmes it was something more complex than respect. It was the recognition that Watson's evidence gathering was a genuine complement to his own analytical operation, that the information Watson brought was not raw material to be processed into something better, but already processed intelligence that could be immediately integrated. He was quiet for perhaps 30 seconds after Watson finished. Then, "Carmichael," he said, and then, "Moray Place this afternoon." There was a quality to the rooms of Douglas Carmichael's Moray Place house that was worth attending to, because the quality of a room tells you things about the person who has assembled it that the person would not necessarily tell you directly. The sitting room to which he led us had been lived in for a long time by the same person. This was obvious from the way the furniture related to each other, the slightly adjusted positions of chairs and tables that resulted from decades of a single person's habitual movements, the gradual accumulation of books and objects that expressed not a decorating decision, but a life. The books were everywhere, on the shelves in their proper place, but also on the side tables and the mantelpiece, and in several places simply stacked on the floor beside preferred chairs, with the quality of books that have been put down mid-reading and will be picked up again from the same page without consulting the bookmark. The paintings were significant. Not only the Vail paintings, which were 3 in total, 1 in the hallway and 2 in the sitting room, but the other works, the older pieces that spoke to the kind of collector Carmichael actually was. There were 2 works of the Dutch Golden Age period on the back wall, a pair of small, still lifes, not spectacular but correct, the kind of work that a collector with genuine connoisseurship, rather than status anxiety, would select, and a large Scottish landscape above the fireplace that had the quality of mid-19th century Highland romanticism at its most substantial, a loch and mountains in the kind of golden late afternoon light that made the Highlands look like a place that existed specifically to be painted, which in some respects it did. These were the works of someone who cared about what they looked at. This was important. A man who cared about what he looked at was a man with a genuine aesthetic sensibility, and a man with a genuine aesthetic sensibility was capable of making judgments about artistic quality that transcended the merely financial. Such a man, as a trustee of a charitable trust dedicated to the welfare of tenant farmers and estate workers, might actually mean it. His trusteeship might not be a convenient position, but a reflection of values that ran alongside his aesthetic ones. The values of a man who had worked hard and done well, and retained, in the doing well, the awareness that the doing well was not uniformly distributed, and that this was a problem, rather than a natural fact, or it might be convenient cover. Holmes had not yet decided which, but the quality of the room suggested the former was at least possible. Carmichael himself, when he sat across from us, had the composure of someone who had made a decision about how to manage this conversation before he came into the room to have it. The decision was visible in the quality of his stillness, not the stillness of suppression, of something being held down, but the stillness of someone who has accepted the situation and is now proceeding through it with as much dignity as it will permit. He let Holmes speak first, which was correctly read as a concession. He was giving Holmes the framing, accepting that the framing would be accurate, and positioning himself as someone who had made his peace with accuracy, even when accuracy was uncomfortable. Holmes spoke for perhaps 7 minutes. The silence that followed Holmes's presentation was the silence of a man who has been given a true account of a situation he has been living inside for some time, and whose primary reaction is therefore not surprise, but something closer to relief. The recognition that the situation is now at least visible to someone capable of doing something about it. "You've made a serious error," he said. The inflection on the word error was precise. It was not a combative inflection, not the inflection of a man mounting a defense. It was the inflection of a man making a technical correction, distinguishing between what the evidence pointed at and what the truth of the matter actually was, in the tone of someone who accepts the distinction matters, but is not particularly invested in his own exoneration at this moment, given that there are larger things at stake. "Not about the will," he said. "The will is fraudulent. I know that." Holmes waited. "My sister," Carmichael said, and then he talked for a long time. Charlotte, he said, had been the most vivid presence in his childhood, the eldest, the most capable, the one whose intelligence had always been most apparent, and whose circumstances had always been most insufficient to contain it. Sir Hamish Montrose had seen this immediately when Charlotte first came into his orbit, after their father's death, and the patronage he had extended to her was genuine. Not the patronage of a man who wanted to own a capable woman, but the patronage of one who recognized exceptional potential and wished to give it room to develop. Charlotte had developed it. She had read widely, studied seriously, thought independently in a period when independent thinking in women was not encouraged and was often actively resisted. She had married Haverstock at 28 because Haverstock was, at 28, charming and intelligent and apparently well-intentioned, and because the alternatives available to an unmarried woman of intelligence and limited independent income in 1889 were sufficiently constrained that a charming and intelligent man was a reasonable bet. The bet had gone wrong in stages. Haverstock's charm was real, but so was his fundamental priority, which was his own comfort and his own financial position, and these turned out to be not well served by the responsibilities of maintaining a household and a wife on an income that was never quite sufficient and grew as the 90s progressed, less sufficient rather than more. He was not cruel. Carmichael was careful to say this, and it had the quality of something he had thought about before saying it, checking the word against his memory of what he had actually observed, rather than simply offering what was required. Not cruel, but self-absorbed in a way that had gradually become the defining feature of the marriage. A man who looked at the world through the lens of its utility to him, and who found, over time, that his wife's intelligence and judgment were more threatening than useful because they revealed the gap between what he presented himself as and what he actually was. Sir Hamish had watched this from the distance of Perthshire and had been distressed by it. The promise he made Charlotte in the last weeks of his life, in the confused intimacy of a dying man's final conversations with people he loved, was a real promise. He meant it. He intended, when his mind was clearer, to formalize it. The clarity did not come. The death came first. Charlotte had been present at Montrose Hall for the final 3 weeks of Sir Hamish's life, managing the household, organizing the nursing care, dealing with the correspondence and the estate's daily requirements in a way that Sir Hamish's fading capacity could no longer manage. She had been trusted completely. She had been given access to everything. The access had created the opportunity. The promise had created the justification. The desperation of her situation, financial, domestic, personal, had created the motivation. And James Montrose, appearing at Montrose Hall twice during those final weeks to pay his respects to his uncle, had seen the opportunity and made the proposition. Montrose was not, Carmichael said, a good man. He was a man of some intelligence and no particular principle, who had moved through the London commercial world, leaving behind him a trail of minor deceptions and broken arrangements that had not quite reached the threshold of criminal prosecution. He knew about document chemistry. He had, at some point in his varied career, been involved in the trade in antique manuscripts and had acquired the technical knowledge as a practical necessity. He recognized, when he looked at the situation at Montrose Hall with the particular acuity of someone always alert to opportunity, what might be possible. He had proposed it to Charlotte carefully, over the course of 2 conversations. He had been reassuring about the technical aspects. The alterations would be undetectable. The inks and the aging techniques were sufficiently advanced that no ordinary forensic examination would identify them. He had been persuasive about the moral aspects Sir Hamish had promised. The promise was real. The alterations merely gave formal legal expression to an intention that had existed but been unable to be executed. Was this not, in some sense, what Sir Hamish would have wanted? Charlotte had agreed. She had had access to the will. She had passed the relevant pages to Montrose. Montrose had made the alterations using his own equipment, brought to Scotland in a case presented as luggage, which it was, and had returned them. Charlotte had replaced the document in Sir Hamish's files. Sir Hamish had died 4 days later. She told me 3 weeks ago, Carmichael said, when Dunbar identified the discrepancy and began making inquiries. She came to Edinburgh in a state of... He paused. She was not, by then, quite as convinced of the moral argument as she had been when Montrose first made it. She had had 2 months of living with what she had done, and 2 months of observing Geoffrey's reaction to what she had done. His reaction, Holmes said. He found out, Carmichael said. I don't know how. Possibly Charlotte told him. She may have expected him to be supportive. Possibly he discovered it through his own means. But he found out, and his response was not. Another pause. Was not what a husband should have provided. He saw its value, Holmes said. He saw its value, Carmichael agreed. To him, as information, as leverage. He looked at Holmes steadily. Geoffrey Haverstock is not a wicked man in the sense of enjoying wickedness. He is a man who has decided that the world owes him more than it has delivered, and who has, accordingly, decided that normal ethical constraints do not fully apply to him. This is a dangerous category. He was quiet for a moment. When Montrose died, I understood immediately that Geoffrey had done it. I could not prove it. I did not want to believe it, but I understood. You did not go to the police, Holmes said. No, Carmichael said. I went to you, through the trustees, 6 days ago. Holmes had known this, but the confirmation mattered. It established the timeline, the sequence, the reason Holmes was on that specific train on that specific night. And Vale, Holmes said. Carmichael looked at him. For the first time, something moved in his composed face. Not quite guilt, but its relative. Charlotte and I needed to communicate without using the post, he said. We did not know whether Geoffrey was having our correspondence watched. We needed a human courier. Edmund has been a trusted friend for 3 years. I asked him to carry a package of photographs from Charlotte to me. I told him it was estate matters, family photographs that Charlotte did not want to entrust to the postal service. I did not tell him what the photographs actually showed. He didn't know he was carrying evidence of a forgery, I said. He didn't know, Carmichael confirmed. He carries my letters sometimes, when he is travelling between Edinburgh and London anyway. This was not unusual from his perspective. He looked at his hands. I have put him in a very difficult position by my lack of candour. More difficult than you know, Holmes said. Someone searched his bag on the train. The photographs may have been found. Carmichael was very still. Who? He said. Haverstock, Holmes said. He was on the train, in second class. He has been watching this situation developing for weeks and has identified every participant. When he learned that Vale was carrying the photographs northward, he arranged to be on the same train. Carmichael absorbed this. The stillness in the room was the stillness of a man processing information that confirms the worst of what he had feared. Then he has the photographs, he said. Probably not, Holmes said. Vale's bag was searched, but the photographs, if they were in the bag, which from the quality of Vale's anxiety on the train I believe they were, or were until he moved them, may have been relocated by Vale himself during the night when he detected the disturbance. The photographs may still be with Vale. He stood. Which is what I intend to determine this afternoon. He looked at Carmichael. You will tell the full truth to the Edinburgh police this evening, he said. Not because I am instructing you. You are not a client, and this is not a legal direction. But because you are a man who has been a trustee of a charitable trust, committed to the welfare of other people, and you have been obstructing an investigation into the murder of James Montrose in order to protect a sister who has already made her full culpability available to me. He paused. The police will be better placed to assist her if they receive complete information early rather than incomplete information late. This is not simply a moral argument. It is a practical one. Carmichael nodded. "I know," he said. "I have known for a week. I have been finding it difficult to choose the right moment." "The right moment," Holmes said, with the gentleness of someone who understands and finds it insufficient, "is now. The arrest of Geoffrey Haverstock at Edinburgh Waverley was, by the account of the constable who handled it, unremarkable in the practical sense. He did not resist, did not make a scene on the platform, did not attempt the kind of dramatic flight that the station's layout would have made immediately futile in any case. He was standing at the platform for the southbound overnight express, with a ticket in his hand and a bag at his feet, dressed for travel in the way that he had dressed for everything during this period, with the careful presentation of a man who understood that appearance was one of the last remaining tools available to him, who was maintaining his surface precisely because the surface was all he had left. The constable approached, introduced himself, and said the words. Haverstock heard them with the expression of someone who has been waiting for something for so long that when it arrives, the primary response is not distress, but the exhausted acknowledgement that the waiting is over. He went with the constables without difficulty. In his bag, among other things, the photographs. Holmes had been right. The photographs were still there. Haverstock had found them in Vale's overnight bag during the early hours of the night journey, while the occupants of the compartment were at their deepest sleep and the corridor was empty. He had removed them, folding them carefully into the inner pocket of his own coat, and had left Vale's bag with a small error of strap orientation that came from replacing it slightly wrong in the dark. But Vale had noticed. And in the hour before dawn, in the corridor outside the compartments, while the train was approaching Edinburgh, Vale had gone back over in his mind every moment of the night and had arrived at the conclusion that something in his bag had been handled and had understood, because he was not, whatever his other limitations, a slow thinker, what this implied about the presence on the train of someone he had not expected to encounter. This explained the quality of his anxiety at Edinburgh Waverley. He had left the train without the photographs. He was arriving in Edinburgh to deliver to Carmichael something that was no longer in his possession, having been taken by a person whose identity he did not know, but whose existence on the train he had deduced. He was, in his way, the most frightened person on the platform that December morning, for reasons that had nothing to do with his own guilt and everything to do with the damage that someone else's actions had done to a trust he had not known he was misplacing. Watson handled the conversation with Vale, which was appropriate. Watson had the specific human warmth required for the conversation that went, "You have done nothing wrong, but you are in the middle of something serious, and here is what is serious about it, and here is what you need to do next." Vale received this with the gratitude of someone who has been carrying a weight in the wrong direction and has been shown the correct direction. He confirmed everything Carmichael had said. He confirmed more. Details of the communications he had carried over the previous 3 months, the specific dates and contents of the letters and packages, the particular quality of Carmichael's increasing anxiety that Vale had noticed and attributed to the estate matter without understanding its specific nature. He offered, and Watson accepted on behalf of the investigation, to provide a written statement. Mrs. Thorne, who had travelled to Edinburgh on a genuinely unrelated matter, the winding up of her late husband's business interests with a firm on George Street, proved, upon investigation, to have had no connection to any aspect of the Montrose affair beyond the coincidence of shared transport. Holmes had known this by the time the train arrived. He had identified her as an unconnected passenger within the first 20 minutes of the dining car sitting, from the quality of her attention to the other passengers and the complete absence of any directed anxiety. She observed everyone with equal curiosity and none with the specific watchfulness that would have indicated a stake in what was happening. She had been, in Holmes's words, when I asked him about her later, a member of the audience in a theatre that does not know it contains a theatre. Archibald Dunbar went to the police that evening, as Holmes had instructed Carmichael he would. The second forensic examination was commissioned by Dunbar 2 days after his arrival in Edinburgh. Professor Gilchrist's report, delivered 4 days later, confirmed and expanded on the preliminary findings. The alterations were definitively established as fraudulent, the specific inks and techniques identified, the professional assessment that the technical work had been conducted by someone with detailed knowledge of historical document chemistry and ink manipulation. The estate returned to the legitimate disposition of the original will. The charitable trust, after a period of administrative organisation that involved several Edinburgh lawyers and the trustees and the factor of Montrose Hall, and considerable correspondence with the tenant farmers and estate workers whose livelihoods were at stake, assumed its proper role in the management and eventual beneficial disposition of the Montrose holdings. The tenant farmers of Montrose Hall entered a new year with the knowledge that the provision promised to them by Sir Hamish's father would now actually materialise, that the farms they had worked for generations would be managed according to principles that recognised their labour and their stake in the land in a way that the private ownership of the estate by a man with no connection to Scotland and debts that would have required immediate liquidation of every possible asset would not have permitted. This was not the kind of resolution that appeared in the newspapers. The papers, when they covered it at all, covered it as a case of will fraud and suspected murder. The legal dimensions, the procedural aspects, the names and the charges, and the outcome of the subsequent trial, at which Geoffrey Haverstock was convicted of the murder of James Montrose and sentenced accordingly, and Charlotte Haverstock received a lesser sentence whose specific severity the judge mitigated on the grounds of her cooperative disclosure and the genuine extenuating circumstances of her situation. The papers did not cover the tenant farmers, or the charitable trust, or the 437 people whose lives were differently shaped because a fraudulent document had been identified and correctly dealt with. These things happen quietly, as the most significant things often do, in the administrative margins of a case that the public record summarised in terms of its most dramatic elements. The old town of Edinburgh, on the last afternoon of our time, there was everything that the city is when the weather is being cooperative, without being spectacular. Not the showboating quality of a clear winter day, with the castle bathed in golden light and the Firth of Forth glittering to the north, but the more modest and in some ways more characterful quality of a city in its working mode, the cloud cover diffusing the late afternoon light into something even and clear, the stone of the buildings showing its full range from near black in the shadowed closes to a warm near honey, where the light caught it directly. We walked up the Royal Mile from Holyrood. Holyrood Palace sat at the foot of the hill, with the composed authority of an institution that has been in its position for several centuries and intends to remain. The turrets of the old towers visible above the main body of the building, the parkland of Arthur's Seat rising behind it in the massive volcanic bulk of the hill that sits inside the city, like a piece of geology that decided to ignore the urban development around it and simply continue being a mountain. Arthur's seat, in December, had the colour of dead heather and pale winter grass, with the rugged outline of the summit catching the diffuse light in a way that made it look slightly unreal, slightly theatrical, the way large natural features in cities sometimes look when the city has grown accustomed to them and they have not grown accustomed to the city. The close-called Riddle's Court, the close-called Whitehorse Close, the Canongate toll booth with its projecting clock, all of it medieval and alive in the way that working medieval cities are alive, not preserved and lifeless, but still genuinely occupied. The buildings housing people and businesses and the ordinary purposes of a living population. The stone dark and worn in the way that stone becomes when a great many lives have passed against it. Holmes walked with his hands in the pockets of his coat and his collar turned up against the specific quality of the Edinburgh wind, which at this hour and in the Royal Mile Close was a channeled thing, finding its way between the buildings and accelerating through the gaps in a way that required the turned-up collar to be maintained rather than merely deployed. He walked without urgency. The case was complete, or complete enough that the remaining administrative activities were Watson's domain, but with the quality of attention he brought to the physical world when his mind was in the pleasant state of a problem resolved. He looked at the buildings. He looked at the faces of the people we passed, briefly, with the automatic assessment that he never quite turned off, the rapid classification and filing that was so habitual it had become functionally invisible. He looked at the view east when a gap in the buildings permitted it, the Firth of Forth, visible at this distance as a pale horizontal below the darker sky, with a faint smudge of Fife on the far shore. When I asked him about the train, whether the coincidence was a coincidence, he considered the question with genuine thought. This was one of the things I had come to value about these encounters, that Holmes's dismissal, when it came, was not the dismissal of someone unwilling to engage, but of someone who had engaged and reached a conclusion. The fact that he did not dismiss this particular question told me something about the quality of his uncertainty about it. "I have a theory," he said, after a moment. "That is not precisely a theory because it lacks the testable proposition that a true theory requires. It is more of an observation." He paused. We were walking through a close, one of those narrow medieval passages between the main street and the lower level of the city, with the buildings rising 6 or 7 stories on either side to create an effect almost entirely enclosed, almost tunnel-like, with a strip of sky overhead that at this hour was going to violet and grey. I have observed, over a period of several years, that certain cases have a quality of, I cannot find a better word than choreography, an arrangement, not chance, but something that functions as its more purposeful cousin. He walked for a moment without speaking. On the train, you were positioned to observe what I could not observe without revealing myself. What you observed was material to the investigation. If you had not been there, or had been positioned differently, in a different compartment, say, the observation of Vale's bag would not have been made until morning, and the specific detail of the strap orientation might not have been checked at all. "Does that mean someone put me there?" I asked. "I don't know what it means," he said, which was, coming from Holmes, a considerably more significant statement than it would have been from anyone else. "I know what it suggests. What it suggests is that the operations of what you might call the investigative world have a consistency that goes beyond what can be accounted for by the deliberate choices of the investigators alone." He emerged from the close into the upper section of the Royal Mile, with the castle visible at the end of the long perspective of the street, its rock and walls catching the last of the declining light in something very close to gold, which is a statement about the nature of evidence that I find simultaneously compelling and entirely unprovable. He looked at the castle for a moment. Unprovable conclusions, he said, are the most interesting kind. They are the places where what we know ends and what we might know begins. He turned. Come. Watson will have ordered dinner, and I have not eaten since that admirable porridge this morning. We walked the last stretch of the Royal Mile together, through the evening Edinburgh crowds, the lawyers in their dark coats moving between offices and clubs, the students from the university's numerous buildings moving in the other direction, toward wherever students went in the evenings, the shopkeepers closing up against the cold, the trams clanging their passage through the main thoroughfare visible at the bottom of the hill. The city around us was 400 years of continuous human habitation stacked on rock, pressing against the weather and the dark with the particular stubbornness of a city that has survived everything history thought to throw at it and intends to continue surviving. The hotel fire would be lit, the tea would be ordered. Watson would be looking up from his medical journal with the expression of a man who has been waiting comfortably and is pleased to see you return. And somewhere, on the tracks that ran southward out of Edinburgh Waverley and northward toward Perth and beyond, the trains were moving through the long December dark, carrying their passengers and their freight and their sealed compartments full of whatever people carry when they travel, their hopes and their fears and their document cases and their overnight bags and their books and their carefully maintained silences, running through the night as they had run for 60 years and would continue to run for 60 more. The great network of the Victorian Railway throwing its web across the length and breadth of Britain and carrying in its cars a cross-section of everything the age contained. And on one of those trains, long since arrived and its passengers dispersed, the story I had been part of for 3 days had taken place, playing out in the amber-lit compartments and the dining car and the corridor at 2 in the morning with its ajar door, while outside England and then Scotland had passed at 60 miles per hour in the dark. The case was closed. The train ran on. The hotel Holmes had arranged was on Princes Street, one of those large Victorian establishments that the Scottish railway hotels trade had created with the dual intention of accommodating the passengers and demonstrating the seriousness of the enterprise. It was warm, which was what mattered first, and it had a residence dining room serving breakfast from 6:30, which was what mattered second. Watson had arrived the previous afternoon and had spent the evening conducting, at Holmes's prior instruction, 3 specific inquiries. He laid these out across the breakfast table as we ate. Porridge, properly made, with a quality of Scottishness that London's attempts at the dish could never quite produce. A cooked breakfast of the variety that the hotel's kitchen considered appropriate to the hour and the clientele. Strong tea in a silver pot that produced the specific pleasure of good tea in a cold city on a grey morning. Watson was a thorough inquirer. He had the doctor's training in collecting information without alarm, the habit of asking questions that felt like the natural development of conversation rather than investigation. He had spent his evening to good purpose. The first inquiry had concerned the law firm of Dunbar, Morrison and Carlyle, Archibald Dunbar's Edinburgh practice, and specifically the file relating to the Montrose estate. Through a contact in Edinburgh's legal community, Watson had established that the file was the subject of considerable internal anxiety. The discrepancy in the will had been identified, but not yet formalized. Dunbar was travelling with documents that would allow him, upon arrival, to commission a second independent forensic examination before the matter became any more legally complicated. The first examiner's findings were preliminary. The second examination would be definitive. Dunbar is the key to whether the fraudulent will can be exposed or not, Holmes said, breaking apart his toast with the same economy he applied to everything. If the second examination confirms the first, the case is clear. If someone could delay or interfere with that examination, or with Dunbar's ability to commission it, or with Dunbar himself, Watson said, with the careful directness of a doctor who has learned to say uncomfortable things plainly. A brief silence. Or with Dunbar himself, Holmes agreed. The second inquiry had concerned Edmund Vale. Watson had located, through the network of artistic and commercial contacts that Edinburgh maintained with London, the identity of Vale's Edinburgh patron. His name was Douglas Carmichael. He was a collector of some reputation in Scotland, a man of comfortable means derived from a successful law practice now largely handed to younger partners, who in his retirement had developed an interest in supporting young painters. He had been commissioning work from Vale for 3 years, landscapes primarily, and portraits. He was also, Watson noted with the careful precision of a man who had understood what this might mean, but was not going to reach conclusions ahead of the evidence, a trustee of the charitable trust established by Sir Hamish Montrose's father. The trust that would benefit from the fraudulent will being exposed. The trust that would receive the Montrose estate if the later will were declared invalid. Holmes set down his teacup with the controlled quietness of someone receiving a piece of information they had been expecting and are now processing. Carmichael, he said. The connection is Vale, Watson said. Vale is commissioned by Carmichael. Carmichael is a trustee. If Vale and Carmichael are working together, if there is some arrangement between them that involves the will, the question, Holmes said, is which direction the arrangement runs. He was quiet for a moment, his eyes at the middle distance of active thought. Is Vale working for Carmichael in the interest of exposing the fraud? In which case his presence on the train, his interest in the bag, his watchfulness, all of these might be the actions of an agent working in the same interest as ourselves. Or, he paused again, or the arrangement is more complex than that, and what Carmichael wants is not what Carmichael's trusteeship wants, and Vale is a different instrument in a different game. He looked at Watson. What was the third inquiry? The third inquiry concerned James Montrose, the nephew, now dead. Watson had made contact with a medical man in London who had attended James Montrose in the weeks before his death. A young physician named Garfield, who had treated Montrose for what had presented as an intractable gastrointestinal illness of increasing severity. Watson had managed, through a professional approach that combined collegiality with a specificity of inquiry that left Garfield understanding that his patient's death might not be the straightforward matter it had appeared, to establish several things. The illness had begun approximately 8 weeks before Montrose's death. Its progression had been unusually consistent, not the variable course of most illnesses, with better and worse periods, but a steady and unreversing decline. The symptoms, nausea, vomiting, abdominal pain, weakness, the progressive failure of multiple organ systems, were consistent with several natural causes, but also consistent with something else. Antimony, Watson said quietly. Holmes was perfectly still. The symptoms, Watson continued, in the tone of a physician presenting a clinical case, are consistent with chronic antimony poisoning. Not a single acute dose, which would be obvious, but a series of small administrations over a period of weeks or months. Small enough that the patient's own doctor, seeing the symptoms develop gradually, would attribute them to a disease process rather than an external cause. Antimony salts had been available in Victorian England as a component of certain medicines, as a constituent of some industrial processes, and as something that could be obtained with knowledge and intent for purposes that had nothing to do with medicine or industry. In 1895, the identification of antimony poisoning in a patient who had died of apparently natural causes required a post-mortem analysis specifically looking for it. And specifically looking for it required a suspicion that it might be present. Garfield suspects, Watson said. He hasn't said so officially. He's waiting for confirmation of a post-mortem examination that is now being prepared. Who would want James Montrose dead? I asked. Holmes turned his head and looked at me with the expression he sometimes wore when a question arrived that he had been preparing to answer from the moment it became askable. That, he said, is precisely the question, because James Montrose was the beneficiary of the fraudulent will. His death does not destroy the will. It still exists, and if proven valid, the estate would pass to his heirs rather than to Montrose himself. But his death removes the most obvious perpetrator of the fraud. It changes the landscape. He paused. Someone engineered the fraudulent will and then killed the man who was supposed to benefit from it. Which means the person who killed him is either removing a loose end, eliminating the only other person who knew the full scope of the arrangement, or is doing something rather more sophisticated. Taking the estate for themselves, Watson said. Taking the estate for themselves, Holmes confirmed. Through Montrose's death, through Montrose's heirs, or through some mechanism that has not yet made itself apparent. He rose from the table. We have work to do. I need to speak to Douglas Carmichael. I need to review the will and the forensic findings. Dunbar has copies, which he will have deposited this morning with his Edinburgh office. And I need to understand why Edmund Vale was on that train. He looked at Watson, then at me. There is still a murderer on the train, as it were, he said. The train has arrived, but the passengers have not yet dispersed. The game is still contained if we are quick. The morning passed in the controlled urgency that characterized Holmes in active investigation. An urgency that expressed itself not in haste, but in economy, in the stripping away of everything inessential from the available time, so that what remained was the precise sequence of actions required. Watson went to the solicitor's offices on Dundas Street, in the Georgian New Town, where Dunbar had deposited his documents upon arrival, and where the second forensic examiner, a professor of chemistry at Edinburgh University named Gilchrist, whose expertise in historical documents was apparently unsurpassed in Scotland, was expected that afternoon. Watson presented credentials, established a professional rapport with Dunbar's junior partner, who had opened the office and secured access to the relevant files. What Watson found, over the course of 2 hours in a document room smelling of old paper and Edinburgh coal fires, was this. The fraudulent will bore 4 distinct alterations from the original document. 3 of these alterations concerned the specific bequest of the Montrose estate and the conditions attached to it. The 4th, and this was the alteration that Watson, with his eye for the detail that the layperson might pass over, identified as both the most technically accomplished and the most revealing, concerned the appointment of an executor. The executor named in the original will was Archibald Dunbar, acting in his professional capacity as Sir Hamish's family solicitor. The executor named in the fraudulent later passages was a different name entirely. One Geoffrey Haverstock, described as a close personal friend of the deceased and a man of good standing. Watson sent a note to the hotel. Holmes received it, read it once, and produced from his coat pocket a small leather notebook in which he had been recording names and connections since the investigation began. He opened it to a particular page and showed it to me. The name Geoffrey Haverstock appeared on the page. Against it, 2 notes, Carmichael's brother-in-law, and present in Edinburgh as of last week, Douglas Carmichael, his brother-in-law appointed executor of the fraudulent will, the trustee of the very trust that stood to benefit from the fraudulent will being exposed. The situation resolved itself in an instant from a knot into something else. Not a line exactly, but a web, and webs have centres. Carmichael, I said. Carmichael, Holmes confirmed. He is not what he appears to be. He was standing at the hotel window, looking out at Princes Street in the grey Edinburgh morning. The trams below, the pedestrians in their winter coats, the castle on its rock visible through the low cloud that had descended since our arrival. Douglas Carmichael is a trustee of the charitable trust. He is ostensibly committed to the trust's success, but he has arranged for his brother-in-law to be named executor in a fraudulent version of the will, a version that benefits not the trust, but James Montrose and, through the executor's role, potentially Haverstock himself. Then who killed James Montrose? Watson said. Carmichael, Holmes said, or someone acting for Carmichael. Montrose represented the most complete threat. He knew everything. He had done the technical work, and if cornered, he would give everything up to save himself. Haverstock eliminated him over several weeks, carefully, with a substance available to someone with his contacts in the pharmaceutical trade. He paused. He is not, I think, a fundamentally wicked man. He is a man of ordinary weakness under extraordinary financial pressure who made a series of escalating decisions, each worse than the last, and has now reached a point where there is no tolerable path available to him. He said this without apparent sympathy, but without contempt either. It was simply an analysis, an understanding of how a particular kind of ruin assembled itself. He turned from the window. Watson, he said, we need to make arrangements for Perthshire this evening. He looked at me. Come, there is one more conversation before we leave Edinburgh. Douglas Carmichael lived in a house in Moray Place, one of the great circular Georgian terraces of the Edinburgh New Town, its stone facade maintaining the precise and elegant formality of early 19th century urban planning, its windows overlooking the private garden in the centre of the crescent that the residents kept locked against the world. It was, like all of Moray Place, a house that spoke of comfortable established prosperity, not the self-regarding opulence of new money, but the settled confidence of wealth that had been present long enough to become architectural. The brass plate on the railings was polished. The steps were swept. The door, when we knocked, was opened by a manservant who had the composed professionalism of someone who expected callers and was prepared for them. Mr. Carmichael was in. He was not expecting us, but he would inquire. He left us in a hallway that contained, among other things, 3 paintings that I noticed immediately, not because of their artistic quality, which was genuine, but because 2 of them bore in the lower right corner a signature I recognized. Vale. Carmichael came down himself. He was a man of 60 or thereabouts, slight and precise in the way of men who have spent their lives in careful professional practice. He had a thin, sharp face, well-maintained hair going white at the temples, and the eyes of someone who assessed situations before engaging with them. Quick, calculating, contained. He was dressed for a morning at home in good quality informal clothes that announced his standing without performing it. He looked at Holmes and recognized something in what he saw. Not Holmes specifically, I thought, but the category, the quality, the type of the person standing on his doorstep in December with a companion who was not a policeman, but had something of the policeman's official weight. "Mr. Holmes," he said. He knew the name. "Mr. Carmichael," Holmes said pleasantly. "I believe we have a matter to discuss." He was not alarmed. There was something in Carmichael's response to Holmes's arrival that was not fear or flight, but something more calculated. He had been expecting something like this. Not necessarily Holmes specifically, but something. "Come in," he said. The sitting room he took us to was lined with books and paintings, the fire burning with the good coal fire of a house where comfort was taken seriously. He offered tea, which Holmes declined and Watson accepted. He sat across from us with his hands on his knees and waited with the patience of a man who has decided to hear what is going to be said before deciding how to respond to it. Holmes said it. He laid out with the precision that was his particular gift, neither too fast for the subject to follow, nor too slow to lose the essential quality of stated truth, the structure of what he had discovered, the fraudulent will, the alterations, the appointment of Haverstock as executor, the death of James Montrose, the chemical analysis that Watson was now certain would demonstrate antimony poisoning. He left long pauses between each element, in the way that you leave long pauses when you are testing not whether someone understands, but whether their response to understanding reveals something. Carmichael listened. At the end, he said, "You've made a serious error." Holmes said nothing. "Not about the will," Carmichael continued. His voice was steady, the voice of a man who had decided on his position and was maintaining it with professional composure. "The will is fraudulent. I know that. That is why I commissioned a forensic examination. That is why Dunbar is here." He looked at Holmes directly. "But your suggestion that I was involved in its creation is wrong. And your suggestion that I had anything to do with James Montrose's death is..." He stopped, composed himself. "Geoffrey Haverstock is my brother-in-law. I know this looks damning. I have known it would look damning since I understood what the fraudulent will contained. That is why I have been..." Another pause. "That is why I have been attempting to manage this situation without involving the full legal weight of the matter before I was certain of all the facts." Holmes said, "Who did create the fraudulent will?" Carmichael looked at him for a long moment, and then he said a name that was not the name anyone in the room had expected. "My sister," he said, "Haverstock's wife, Charlotte." The story rearranged itself. Charlotte Haverstock, née Carmichael, had been Sir Hamish Montrose's ward, not legally, but in the practical sense of a woman who had been the daughter of his closest friend, taken into the Montrose household after her father's death when she was 17, given an education and an introduction to society under the baronet's patronage. She had married Geoffrey Haverstock 6 years ago, a marriage that had begun well and deteriorated in the ways that Victorian marriages deteriorated: financial pressures, incompatibility of temperament, the gradual grinding down of a relationship conducted in close quarters with insufficient resources and insufficient affection. Sir Hamish, who had remained fond of his ward throughout her marriage, and distressed by the deterioration of her circumstances, had, according to Carmichael, promised Charlotte in his last illness that she would not be left without provision. He had intended to alter his will to include a specific bequest to her. He had not done so in time. He died before the alteration was made. Charlotte, who had been present at Montrose Hall in his last weeks, had taken a different approach to securing the provision she had been promised. She had access to the original will. Sir Hamish trusted her completely, and in the last confused weeks of his life the household was not closely managed. She had arranged the alterations herself, or with the help of someone whose particular skills she had secured for the purpose. James Montrose, Holmes said. He was a friend of her husband's, Carmichael said. Through Haverstock, Charlotte knew Montrose. He had skills. He had been involved in some dealings of a documentary nature in the past. I understand, though this is conjecture, that he provided the technical work of alteration in exchange for the bequest in his own favour. A partnership of mutual benefit, Holmes said. She would receive the provisions Sir Hamish had promised. Montrose would receive the bulk of the estate. Haverstock would serve as executor and ensure the process ran smoothly. Yes. And who killed Montrose? Carmichael was quiet for a moment. I don't know, he said. I have been trying to understand this for 2 weeks. I knew about the fraudulent will. Charlotte told me when she understood that Dunbar had identified the discrepancies. She came to me for help. She is my sister. I love my sister. But I told her I could not protect a fraud and could not prevent the investigation. His voice, for the first time in the conversation, had a quality under the composure that was not professional. I told her it must be resolved properly. Charlotte, Holmes said, is she in Edinburgh? She's been at Montrose Hall, Carmichael said, in Perthshire. She's been there since Sir Hamish's death, technically managing the estate in the interim period. A silence. Holmes stood. Watson, he said, we need to make arrangements for Perthshire this evening. He looked at Carmichael. You will tell me everything you know about Edmund Vale's role in this before I leave this room. Carmichael nodded slowly. He knew about Vale. Of course he did. Vale was the connection. The artist who carried, in his overnight bag on a night express to Edinburgh, photographs that Charlotte Haverstock had sent to Carmichael through this discreet channel because she did not trust the post and could not travel herself. Photographs of the original will and of the alterations, intended to allow Carmichael to assess the damage and plan accordingly. The bag that had been searched on the train. The photographs were what the searcher had been looking for. Who searched the bag? I asked. I don't know, Carmichael said. But Holmes did. The expression on his face as Carmichael said, it was the expression of a man fitting the final piece into a structure he has been assembling for 36 hours. I do, he said. And we need to get to Perthshire before tomorrow morning. The train to Perth left Edinburgh at 7 in the evening. It was a different train from the night express, shorter, older, quieter, serving the internal Scottish network rather than the grand Anglo-Scottish routes, with compartment stock that was comfortable without being luxurious, and a route that took it northward through Fife and across the Tay into Perthshire. From Perth, Holmes had arranged a carriage, in the Victorian way, the hiring of a private vehicle from one of the Perth livery stables, to take us the remaining distance to Montrose Hall. The drive from Perth was through country that I want to give you a sense of, because the landscape in this part of Scotland in December has a quality that is unlike any other landscape I have encountered in all the travelling I have done. It was dark when we made the drive, full December dark, the deep dark of the Scottish countryside, where there are no street lamps, and the only light comes from farmhouse windows and the carriage lamps, and, occasionally, the great diffuse whiteness of a moon behind cloud cover. The road was good, solid, well maintained, the kind of road that connects estates to market towns and has been kept up by generations of landowners with an economic interest in its condition. But the landscape around the road was only dimly present in the darkness, suggested rather than seen. The rounded bulk of hills above us to the north and west, the flat-bottomed valley below us to the east, where a river ran dark and cold and invisible, the occasional outline of ancient Scots pines against the sky. When the cloud broke, the stars came. The stars in Perthshire on a clear December night are not the attenuated, washed-out stars of the city sky. They are the stars as stars were before the world lit itself up against the dark. The full complement, the density of them, the Milky Way, as an actual visible structure across the sky, rather than a vague suggestion. In the gaps between clouds, in the brief clear intervals where the frost-cold air had a clarity that could be felt, they appeared, and then were covered again by the moving cloud, so that the night was a sequence of glimpses, dark, then stars, then dark again. Holmes sat opposite me in the carriage, Watson beside me, the three of us wrapped against the cold in the coats appropriate to winter Scotland. Holmes had said very little since we left Edinburgh. Watson, who understood the quality of Holmes's silences better than anyone, had not attempted to fill it. He sat with his medical bag on his knee and looked out at the occasional lights of farmhouses and the darkness between them with the patience of a man who has learned that the waiting always ends. I asked Holmes, in the dark of the carriage, the question I had been holding since the hotel. Who searched the bag on the train? Geoffrey Haverstock, Holmes said. He was on the train. Watson made a sound of surprise. We didn't see him. Because he was in the second-class accommodation, Holmes said. I became aware of a passenger in second class who did not match the profile of the ordinary second-class traveller on a first-class service. He was observed by the guard, with whom I had a brief conversation in the small hours of the morning at Crewe, as a man of good appearance who seemed preoccupied and had changed his seat twice during the journey, always moving toward the first-class end of the train. He paused. He must have known Vale was carrying the photographs. He wanted them. With the photographs, with evidence of what Charlotte had done, he had leverage over her, over Carmichael, potentially over anyone he could threaten with exposure. He arranged his own wife's exposure, Watson said, with the quiet moral outrage of a decent man encountering an indecency. He arranged his own financial security, Holmes said. He had already lost the position of executor in the fraudulent will by the time he boarded that train. The second examination would expose everything, including his name in the document. His best remaining asset was knowledge of who had done what. He looked out at the dark countryside beyond the carriage window. He was going to sell that knowledge to whoever would pay most for it. And James Montrose? I asked. Also Haverstock, Holmes said. Montrose represented the most complete threat. He knew everything. He had done the technical work, and if cornered, he would give everything up to save himself. Haverstock eliminated him over several weeks, carefully, with a substance available to someone with his contacts in the pharmaceutical trade. He said this without apparent sympathy, but without contempt either. It was simply an analysis, an understanding of how a particular kind of ruin assembled itself. The carriage moved through the dark Perthshire night, and ahead of us, somewhere in the hills, and the ancient pine forest, and the cold, clear dark. A house waited with a woman in it, who did not know that the night was ending, and the morning, with all its consequences, was coming. Montrose Hall appeared at the end of a long drive lined with ancient trees. Oaks, I thought, though in the darkness they were difficult to identify with certainty, their bare winter branches interlocking overhead to create a canopy that turned the lamplight of the carriage into a moving tessellation of light and shadow. The hall itself was visible at the end of the drive as a mass of lit windows, the upper floors dark, but the ground floor showing light in several rooms, warm rectangles against the stone. It was a house of the 18th century, built in the Scots baronial style that had been fashionable for the Highland gentry. Towers at the corners, crow-stepped gables, the stone of it a dark grey that in daylight would read as the particular colour of Perthshire stone, but in the lamplight of the carriage appeared almost black against the slightly paler sky. Holmes spoke to the coachman. We did not go to the front door. There was a side entrance, accessed through a kitchen courtyard, the servants' entrance, used for deliveries and for the kind of arrival that preferred not to announce itself through the main portico. Holmes knocked. A housemaid appeared, young, startled by the hour and the cold, and the three men on the kitchen steps. Holmes explained himself, not fully, not with the weight of everything behind it, but enough. He was here to see Mrs. Haverstock. It was urgent. It could not wait until morning. He said this with the authority of someone who has long since accepted that arriving in the small hours and requiring immediate access to a household is an occupational reality, and who has made a sufficiently compelling presentation of this reality on a sufficient number of previous occasions that he has refined the persuasion to its essentials. The housemaid went upstairs. She came back. Mrs. Haverstock would come down. Charlotte Haverstock was perhaps 35. She had the kind of face that had been beautiful and was now primarily striking. The beauty refined and repositioned by whatever the last several years had done to it, which had been considerable. She came down the stairs in a dressing gown, her hair loose, the candle she carried throwing shadows that made the staircase behind her theatrical in a way that no staircase actually containing a theatrical moment ever quite is. She looked at Holmes, she looked at Watson, she looked at me, and then she said very quietly, "Geoffrey." It was not a question. It was the statement of a woman who had known this was coming and had been waiting for it, and was relieved, in a way that is also terrible, that the waiting was over. "Come into the sitting room," she said. "I will tell you what you need to know." Charlotte Haverstock told Holmes everything. She told it with the clarity of someone who has been holding a story in and has reached the point where holding it in is no longer possible and no longer serves any purpose, where the telling is simply the final action required of her in a situation that has gone so far beyond her control that the only remaining act of agency available is the truth. She told us about Sir Hamish's promise, the provision he had intended, the death that came before he could make it formal, the particular cruelty of being a woman without resources in a world where women without resources depended entirely on the goodwill of the men around them, and the goodwill of the principal man around her had been Geoffrey Haverstock, who had none left. She told us about James Montrose, whom she had known through her husband, and who had, when she came to him with the problem, proposed the solution. He had the skills, she had the access. The arrangement was that she would make the alterations, and he would provide the technical means, the inks, the chemical treatments, the knowledge of how to make old paper accept new content without the marks of the process being immediately visible. In exchange for his assistance, he would be named the primary beneficiary. She had not, she said, understood at first what Geoffrey intended. She had not understood that Geoffrey's knowledge of the scheme would become, in his hands, a weapon. She had understood this 3 weeks ago, when Geoffrey told her, calmly, over a dinner at the Edinburgh house, where they had been briefly reunited, that James Montrose had died, and that she should not be distressed about it, and that the situation was now, from a certain perspective, somewhat improved. She had understood in that moment what she was looking at across the dinner table. She had not spoken. She had left for Montrose Hall the following day, ostensibly to manage the estate, actually because she could not remain in the same house as the man she had married. Holmes listened to all of this with the characteristic completeness of his attention. When she finished, there was a silence. Watson broke it, in the way Watson broke silences, with the practical application of human warmth to a situation that had been conducted entirely in the language of logic and law. "Mrs. Haverstock," he said, "I think it would be advisable for you to have legal representation present for the next conversation. Mr. Dunbar is in Edinburgh. He is, in my observation, a man of integrity. I believe the full picture of your situation, presented by someone able to present it in the appropriate terms, is more sympathetic than it appears," Holmes said, completing the sentence with a precision that was not unkind. "The will is fraudulent. The estate must be returned to its proper disposition under the legitimate document. The question of your specific criminal liability is a matter for the courts, and its severity will depend considerably on the degree to which your cooperation now and in subsequent proceedings is complete and timely." He looked at her steadily. "Your husband's crimes are separate from yours and considerably greater. Montrose was murdered. A will was fraudulently altered. These are two distinct matters, and the person primarily responsible for the graver one is not in this room." "Where is Geoffrey?" she asked. "Currently on a train from Edinburgh," Holmes said, "in the company of 2 constables from the Edinburgh police, having been identified and apprehended at Waverley Station approximately 2 hours ago by the plainclothes officer I requested be positioned there last night, based on the information I had concerning his travel arrangements." He paused. He was attempting to board the southbound overnight express to London. She absorbed this. Her face went through something, a sequence of emotions too rapid and too complex to fully catalogue, containing grief and relief, and something that might have been the particular release of a person who has been carrying something impossible alone and has been finally, at enormous cost, relieved of it. "I will cooperate," she said. "I will tell everything." Watson produced paper and pen from his bag, because Watson always had paper and pen, because Watson was the kind of man who carried what he might need, and began, in his careful doctor's hand, to take notes. Outside the windows of Montrose Hall's sitting room, the Perthshire morning had begun without anyone precisely noticing. The darkness had lightened through grey and silver, and was now a pale gold, the first actual daylight of a December morning, arriving with the gradual certainty of something that has been on its way for a long time. The trees of the hall's grounds, the oaks of the drive, the ancient Scots pines on the hillside above, were coming visible one by one as the light increased, their forms resolving out of the darkness the way the facts of a case resolve out of confusion when the right light is applied to them. The hills to the north were white-capped with the early snow of winter. Below them, the valley was a deep purple grey in the morning shadow. with the river catching the first light and running silver through the dark. Scotland in the morning light. I sat in a chair near the window and watched it come, and thought about the train, and the night journey, and the carriages with their amber-lit compartments moving northward through the dark like a string of lanterns threading a needle through the length of England and into this ancient, cold, beautiful country. And I thought about how a mystery is, at its heart, always a story about what people want badly enough to do something they know they should not do, about the particular kind of desperation that looks at the world's arrangements and finds them unacceptable, and reaches for something it does not have the right to take. And I thought about the train, still running somewhere in the world on other nights, that great northbound express, its first-class compartments warm and lit, and carrying their passengers through the dark with the indifference of a machine that does not know or care what is carried inside it, only that it runs and runs and runs. The matter of the Montrose estate took 3 more days to find its formal resolution, but the essential work was done by the morning after our arrival at the hall. Dunbar arrived from Edinburgh the following day, having been summoned by Watson's telegram and having made the journey by the early morning train, with the efficiency of a man who understood that situations of this nature did not benefit from delay. He arrived at Montrose Hall with a colleague and a composure that contained, beneath its professional surface, a quality of genuine relief, the relief of a man who had identified something wrong and had been attempting to address it correctly, and was now in the presence of confirmation that his instincts had been sound. He sat with Charlotte Haverstock for 3 hours. He was, as Watson had assessed him to be, a man of integrity, not without sympathy, but primarily committed to the resolution of the legal situation in a way that served the actual interests of all parties, which in this case meant the interests of the estate's legitimate heirs and the charitable trust established by Sir Hamish's father, and secondarily the interests of a woman who had done something wrong, but had done it under circumstances that qualified the wrong in ways the law was capable of recognizing. Geoffrey Haverstock's arrest in Edinburgh, when the full picture of it emerged through the constable's report that arrived the following afternoon, was unambiguous. He had been carrying, among other things, the photographs that had been taken from Vale's bag on the train, which confirmed both his presence on the train and his purpose. The correspondence recovered from his Edinburgh rooms added considerably to the picture of his involvement in Montrose's death. Edmund Vale came to the hotel in Edinburgh on the second afternoon, having learned, through some communication from Carmichael, that the situation had resolved itself sufficiently for his position to be clarified. He was, it emerged, exactly what Carmichael had described, an intermediary, carrying documents between parties who could not communicate directly without risk, understanding broadly what he was doing, but not the specific weight of what was in the balance. He had not known that a man had died. He had not known the full nature of the fraud. He had been carrying photographs because Carmichael had asked him to, and Carmichael had been his patron and his friend for 3 years, and he had not asked questions that, with more experience of the world, he would have known to ask. Watson spent an afternoon with him. He emerged from the meeting with the expression of a man who has made a medical assessment and has a clear diagnosis, not of illness, but of character. "He will be all right," Watson said, which was Watson's way of indicating both that the person in question was fundamentally decent and that the experience had been educational. He learned something. Holmes and I walked, on the last afternoon, through Edinburgh's Old Town, up the Royal Mile from Holyrood Palace toward the castle, through the closes and winds of the medieval city, the old sandstone buildings pressing close above us, the December cold sharp and clean. Holmes walked the way he always walked, with the contained energy of someone whose mind was still moving even when the case was substantially closed, finding in the walk the last residual clarifications that the sitting-still period of resolution had not quite completed. "The train," I said, when we had walked in silence for a while. Was it coincidence that we were both on it? He considered this. Not dismissively, in the way he dismissed things that did not merit serious consideration, but with the quality of genuine thought. "I chose that train deliberately," he said. "I knew Dunbar would be on it. I knew someone with an interest in preventing the investigation would also be on it, though I did not know who until later. I chose the night express because a night journey creates a particular environment, contained, limited in exits, long enough to develop." He paused. "Whether you were there by coincidence or by something else." He looked at me with the grey eyes that assessed everything and concealed most of what they concluded. "I have given up attempting to explain your arrivals by any framework I have available. I simply note that you appear at junctures where your presence is useful, and I proceed accordingly." This was, I thought, as close to an acknowledgement of mystery as Sherlock Holmes was capable of making. "I'm glad I was there," I said. "As am I," he said, with the quiet sincerity of a man who does not say things he does not mean, and therefore means what he says. We walked on through the Edinburgh Close, between the old stones of the city, under the sky that was turning from afternoon silver to evening gold, the castle on its rock above us catching the last of the day's light and holding it in the colour of the stone. Watson was at the hotel. The fire would be burning. The tea would be ready. The case was, for all essential purposes, complete. The fraudulent will exposed, the murder of James Montrose in the hands of the appropriate authorities with evidence sufficient to proceed, the estate of Sir Hamish Montrose returning, through the legitimate processes of the law, to its proper disposition, the charitable trust position secured, the tenant farmers and estate workers of Montrose Hall entering a future that looked considerably more stable than it had looked 3 weeks ago. And in some station somewhere, probably London by now, the night express was preparing for another departure, its compartments being cleaned and reset, its dining car being resupplied, its locomotive being examined and watered and coaled for the next run northward. Other passengers would board. Other conversations would begin in the amber lamplight of the compartments. Other lives, with their particular weights of hope and fear and history, would be carried through the dark of the English countryside, northward past the sleeping farms and the signal boxes and the small lit stations, through the border country and into Scotland, and the train would not know what it carried, and the night would not know, and the miles would be counted by the rails, and the journey would go on. So let me find you now, dear traveller, wherever you are, in whatever room, in whatever bed, in whatever small private hour of the night you have made for yourself. I want you to notice the warmth around you, the particular warmth of a body that has been still long enough for everything to settle, and the covers, or the air, or the weight of the night itself, to become simply comfortable, the way warmth becomes comfortable when you stop being aware of the cold. Notice your breathing, how it has slowed, how each breath out is a little longer, a little more complete than the one before. The train is far behind us now. Edinburgh and Perthshire and Montrose Hall in its December morning light. All of it is at the pleasant distance that stories reach when they have done their work, still there, still vivid and complete, in the way that good stories are complete, but no longer urgent, no longer requiring anything of you except the faint warmth of having been in it. Watson is at the fire. Holmes is at the window, looking out at the Edinburgh night, his pipe lit, his mind at the particular ease that comes when a thing has been correctly done. The case is done. The estate will be properly disposed. The woman who did wrong under terrible pressure is in the process of making it right. The man who did worse will face what he has earned. The train runs somewhere in the dark. The wheels count the miles. And you are here, in the warmth, in the quiet, in the long, comfortable dark of a night that has been given over entirely to rest. Let everything go now. Everything you were thinking about when you started this. Everything that was on the list. Everything that has been waiting for its turn to worry you. Just for tonight. Just for the remaining hours of this particular dark. Let them rest where you left them. You can pick them up in the morning. They will be exactly where you left them, patient and exactly the same size. But tonight they don't need you. Tonight, all you need to do is this. Breathe in, slow and deep, and breathe out. And let the sound of the wheels on the rails, distant now, become simply a sound, and then become simply nothing. And let the nothing be the deep, comfortable nothing of sleep. Good sleep. The kind that restores and replenishes and sends you into the morning a little lighter than you came into the night. Sleep well, dear traveller. From Edinburgh, from the night express, from the amber lamplight of a first-class compartment moving northward through the English dark, sweet dreams wherever this long journey has brought you. Sweet dreams. The train runs on, and the night is very, very kind. Additional expansion. The Midnight Traveller / the Carriage of Whispers. To fully understand the crime, you must first understand what was at stake. And what was at stake was Montrose Hall. The hall had stood on its rise above the valley floor in Perthshire for 130 years, when Sir Hamish Montrose died in it in October of 1895. And in those 130 years, it had accumulated the particular density of history that houses acquire when they are lived in continuously by people who care about them, and then leave their caring behind in the form of decisions. The addition of the East Wing in 1790, the planting of the Oak Drive in 1804 by Sir Hamish's grandfather after the Napoleonic Wars, the walled garden constructed in 1840 by Sir Hamish's father as a tribute to a wife who loved roses and had died without seeing it finished. Sir Hamish's father, Sir Alasdair Montrose, Baronet, was the figure whose ghost ran through the entirety of the case, because it was Sir Alasdair who had established the charitable trust, whose disposition of the estate was the legitimate outcome the fraudulent will was designed to prevent. Sir Alasdair had been, by all accounts, a man of the kind that the Victorian period occasionally produced and then largely failed to celebrate. A large landowner who had come genuinely to believe that the possession of large amounts of land was a stewardship rather than an ownership, a responsibility to the people who worked it, rather than a right to extract from it whatever the market would bear. This was not a universal Victorian attitude. It was, in fact, a minority one, contested vigorously by the majority of the landowning class, who took a straightforwardly proprietary view of their estates and their tenants. Sir Alasdair had come to his position through a combination of genuine religious conviction, a practical relationship with the people on his land that dated from a childhood spent in more direct contact with the estate's working community than was typical of his class, and a specific experience in the 1870s of watching a neighbouring estate's tenants face eviction and destitution, when the estate changed hands to an owner without the legacy relationship that gave the evictions their particular cruelty. He had established the charitable trust in 1878 through a lengthy legal process that had required Dunbar's predecessor in the firm to spend the better part of 6 months ensuring that the trust structure was legally sound enough to survive challenge, and had endowed it with a specific mandate: to manage the Montrose estate in the long-term interest of its occupants, the tenant farmers, the estate workers, the village community that depended on the hall's economic functioning, rather than in the interest of capital accumulation or the enrichment of any individual. The trust was not, at Sir Alasdair's death in 1886, immediately activated, because Sir Hamish was a competent and willing heir who managed the estate well and in accordance with his father's principles. The trust existed as a future safeguard rather than a present administrator. It would come into its own in Sir Alasdair's design when the direct Montrose line failed and there was no individual heir capable of sustaining the kind of personal stewardship the estate required. Sir Hamish had not married, or rather, he had married briefly in 1871, and his wife had died in 1873 without children, and Sir Hamish had not remarried, partly by choice and partly by the particular quality of grief that some men carry permanently, and that forecloses future romantic possibility, not through lack of feeling, but through the sufficiency of what was already there. His son, named Alasdair after his grandfather, a son by an early liaison that predated the marriage, and that Sir Hamish had acknowledged and taken financial responsibility for without ever integrating into the family's public life, had died in 1888 at the age of 22 in an accident on the estate, leaving Sir Hamish childless in the formal sense, and the trust in the position of becoming the estate's legitimate heir when Sir Hamish died. The nephew, James Montrose, was the son of Sir Hamish's younger brother, who had left Scotland in the 1860s and built a life in London that was comfortable enough, but disconnected from the estate and from the values that had shaped Sir Hamish's management of it. James had visited Montrose Hall perhaps 6 times in his adult life, maintained a polite if thin correspondence with his uncle, and had no particular relationship with the land or the people on it, beyond the abstract knowledge that it was there, and that, in the absence of a legitimate will, some portion of it might eventually be relevant to his financial situation. His financial situation, in October 1895, was one of the principal motivating forces behind what happened. James Montrose had debts, not the theatrical debts of the Victorian Gothic villain, not gambling and drinking debts incurred in the service of personal dissolution, but the ordinary, grinding, undramatic debts that accumulated when a man of limited income and expensive tastes attempted to maintain a position in London's commercial and social world that his actual resources could not support. He lived in good rooms. He ate at good restaurants. He wore good clothes and was seen at the right places and maintained the surfaces of respectability with considerable skill and effort, and at a cost that he had for years been managing through a combination of credit and the gradual liquidation of small assets. By 1895, the credit was largely exhausted and the small assets were largely gone. The estate at Montrose, under the charitable trust's control, would yield him nothing. The trust's mandate was explicit. The estate's revenues were to be reinvested in the estate and its community. There would be no distribution to Montrose heirs. James Montrose, under the legitimate will, received nothing. This was the fact at the centre of everything. And this was the fact that Charlotte Haverstock, in her desperation, had tried to change. Watson, in the hours he spent with Charlotte Haverstock at Montrose Hall, developed what I think was the most complete understanding of her character that any person outside her own experience could have achieved. He told me about it later, over the breakfast table the following morning, after he had spent 2 hours at his notes and 2 more hours thinking about what the notes meant, in the way that Watson processed difficult human experiences, which was always through the double filter of the clinical and the compassionate, each moderating the other. Charlotte Haverstock, Watson said, was a woman who had been given, at the age of 17, a genuine glimpse of what her life could be, what the life of an intelligent woman with access to education and encouragement and the kind of sustained positive regard that Sir Hamish had provided could actually look like, and had then spent the subsequent 18 years watching that glimpse recede. The marriage had been the critical junction. At 28, with the options genuinely available to her and her reading of Haverstock, based on the version of him that he presented during courtship, the charming, attentive, apparently capable version, the marriage had seemed like the direction that the glimpsed life was in. He had seemed like someone who would value what Sir Hamish had valued in her. He had seemed like the answer to the question of how to continue being the person she had been given room to become, rather than retreating into the narrower life that the late Victorian period had available for unmarried women of limited independent means. He had not been that. He had been, Watson said carefully, a man whose admiration for Charlotte during courtship was genuine, but whose reasons for that admiration were less generous than they appeared. He admired her intelligence not as an end in itself, but as a quality he associated with status and accomplishment. She was a woman worth having, because she was a certain kind of woman, with a certain kind of background and a certain kind of capability, and these were assets that reflected well on him. When the marriage became a reality rather than a courtship, the assets reconfigured themselves in relation to his ego rather than his admiration, and the intelligence that had attracted him became, in the daily reality of the marriage, a quality that challenged him and reminded him constantly of the gap between his own assessment of himself and what Charlotte's clear eyes saw. He was not, Watson repeated, a wicked man. He was a man with a fundamental smallness of character that he had never been required to confront, because his surface qualities had always been sufficient to maintain the version of himself he preferred to inhabit. The promise that Sir Hamish had made Charlotte in those final weeks at Montrose Hall was real. Watson was certain of this. Charlotte's account of the conversations, the specific words used, the specific context, the quality of Sir Hamish's intent, had the detail and the emotional texture of genuine memory, rather than the constructed clarity of something being manufactured to serve a purpose. Sir Hamish had meant it. He had intended to arrange a provision for Charlotte because he understood, from the privileged vantage of someone who had known her since she was 17 and watched the marriage with growing distress, that she needed it and that he was in a position to provide it. What Charlotte had done wrong, and Watson was clear that she had done wrong, that the wrongness of it was not erased by the extenuating circumstances, only qualified by them, was to assume that the intention justified the method, that because Sir Hamish had meant to provide for her, the provision that he had not managed to formalize could be created by another means, as though intention and legal document were sufficiently interchangeable that the gap between them could be bridged without anyone being harmed. The harm, of course, was not primarily to any individual. It was to the charitable trust, and through it, to the 437 people whose living conditions the trust was designed to protect. Charlotte had not thought about them, or had thought about them in the abstracted way of someone who has not seen the specific faces and circumstances and names that the abstraction represents. The harm was real, but it was diffuse and distant and mediated through legal and institutional structures that were genuinely more difficult to feel than the immediate, personal harm of watching her own life continue in the direction it was heading without intervention. Watson understood this. He communicated it to Holmes and to me without sympathy in the weak sense, without the suggestion that the understanding reduced the wrongness, but with the accuracy of a doctor who knows that understanding the cause of a disease does not require you to refuse to treat it, and that the most useful response to human error is usually not condemnation, but the combination of consequence and possibility. The consequence, in Charlotte's case, was the criminal proceedings. The possibility was that she had told everything she knew, completely and accurately, and that the completeness of her cooperation had already changed the shape of what the legal process was likely to produce. This was, Watson said, the best available outcome for a situation that had no entirely good ones. I want to return to the train for a while, because I've been telling you a story that moved quickly through it, through the carriages and the conversations and the small dramas of that December night. And I want to slow down and let you really be in it for a moment, in the way that a long night journey allows you to be in it if you permit it, if you stop expecting things to happen and simply accept the particular experience of being on a moving train in the deep hours of a winter night. This is something that the Victorian train journey had, and that later modes of travel would struggle to replicate. The quality of time on a long night journey as a specific category of experience, different from any other kind of time, with its own particular character and its own particular possibilities. The night outside the window of our compartment, once Rugby was behind us and the train was at its full northward speed, was a sequence of darknesses rather than a single dark. This sounds paradoxical, and it is slightly, but it is also accurate. The English countryside at night, viewed from the window of a moving train, does not present itself as a single undifferentiated darkness, but as a landscape in which darkness is the dominant color, the way a forest is green without being the same green everywhere, or a river is blue without being the same blue at every point. The dark of the open fields was the lightest dark, a deep blue-grey that had enough sky in it to give it some luminosity, especially in the patches where the cloud cover thinned and the stars contributed their collective faint brightness. The grass was invisible, but you could sense its presence in the texture of the dark, the way that open flat land has a different quality of darkness from enclosed or elevated land. The dark of the cuttings was a different dark, sudden, total, the window going from the relative openness of the landscape to a close, absolute black as the train entered a section of track that had been cut through higher ground, the embankment rising on both sides to create a corridor of stone and earth that the train moved through like a bullet through a barrel. The cuttings came and went quickly, lasting anywhere from a few seconds to half a minute, and their total darkness had an almost meditative quality. A pause in the visual experience, a brief blank in which the only input was sound and motion, before the landscape opened again and the graded darknesses resumed. The dark of the stations was warmest. Gas-lit platforms, signal boxes with their lights, the station master's office windows, all the working infrastructure of a Victorian railway at night, producing a concentrated amber and white glow that the train passed through briefly, taking on the station's light for a few seconds before carrying it out into the dark and leaving it behind. These brief, bright intervals had a particular emotional quality, a warmth that came partly from the actual light and partly from what the light implied: inhabited space, human presence, the ongoing ordinary business of a world that continued its life independent of the train's passage through it. And occasionally, in the longer stretches between stations, a light in the middle distance, a farmhouse with a lamp burning in an upstairs window, or a crossing keeper's cottage beside the track, or the flicker of what might have been a fire in a field, though what it was there for was impossible to determine from the train at speed. These isolated lights had the quality of stars, not because they resembled stars visually, but because they had the same function of orienting the observer, giving scale to the darkness, marking a point of reference in an otherwise unmapped dark. I sat by the window and watched all of this for perhaps an hour after returning from Holmes's compartment, in the hours of the very deep night when the train was between Rugby and Crewe, and the countryside was at its most uninterrupted. The quality of the watching in those hours was different from ordinary attentive observation. It was the kind of watching that happens when the mind is too engaged to sleep, but too tired to think actively, when the thoughts become more like weather than argument, present and passing through rather than held and developed. In this state, the darkness outside the window was not information, but sensation, and the sensation it produced was not loneliness or anxiety, but something closer to the feeling that comes from very long periods of quiet, a gradual softening, an easing of the constant mild tension that ordinary waking life maintains in the body, a sense of having been here long enough that the here has become familiar, and the familiar has become provisionally and pleasantly home. The train was home for those hours. The compartment was home. Dunbar asleep in his corner, Mrs. Thorne breathing slowly in hers, Vale maintaining his controlled near wakefulness, the lamp burning amber, the heating elements radiating their gentle warmth, the darkness outside sequencing itself through its various qualities as the miles accumulated. This is, I think, one of the things that long train journeys offer that nothing else quite does. A temporary, convincing, genuinely comfortable version of home assembled from entirely portable materials in a space that has no fixed location and is always, continuously, somewhere else. The home quality of a well-appointed railway compartment at 3 in the morning is a home quality unlike any other. It has the intimacy of a small space and the continuity of an enclosed world and the profoundly restful quality of movement that doesn't require your participation, that happens entirely independently of you and carries you along with it, as though the world has decided to do the travelling for a while, and you are permitted to simply be present for it. I watched the darkness. I thought about Holmes at his window, 2 compartments away, doing the same. And I thought about the specific strangeness of what I did, of arriving in other times, other places, other stories, always at the moment when the story needed a particular kind of attention that was not the detective's attention or the doctor's attention, but something in between, an attention that was partly observation and partly participation and partly simply the act of witnessing, the acknowledgement that what was happening was real and mattered and deserved to be seen. This train journey, on this particular night, mattered, not in the newspaper sense, not in the sense of a case that would be reported and discussed and enter the public record of Victorian crime, but in the sense that 437 people's lives were being shaped by it in ways that none of them would know, and none of them would be able to attribute to a detective on a night express. The quiet, invisible mattering that is the most common kind. The train carried it northward through the dark. I should tell you about Watson at Edinburgh Waverley in more detail, because Watson at Edinburgh Waverley is one of those images that I carry from these travels with the specific vividness of something that struck the eye at the moment of seeing, and then stayed. He was standing at the barrier in the way that Watson stood in all the public spaces where he waited for Holmes, with the upright, attentive posture of a man who has served in the military and retained the posture without the military context, who stands straight, not because he is trying to stand straight, but because standing straight is simply what his body does. His coat was the heavy Edinburgh coat. His medical bag was in his left hand, at his side. His right hand was in his coat pocket, which meant he had been standing there for some time, and the cold had worked its way into the station despite the glass roof and the general human body heat of even a moderately busy arrival hall. His expression, as I said, changed when he saw Holmes. But what I didn't tell you was the quality of the change, and it's worth telling you because it illuminates something about Watson that his own accounts of his time with Holmes consistently understate. Watson, when he was waiting for Holmes, carried a quality of concern that was visible once you knew what to look for. A specific tension in the way he held himself, a slight alertness of the eyes, a quality of readiness that was more than the readiness of someone waiting to meet a friend, and was instead the readiness of someone who is not quite sure what condition the friend will be in when they arrive. This was not hypochondria or excessive worry on Watson's part. It was the accurate attentiveness of a man who had spent years in the immediate company of someone whose complete disregard for his own physical well-being in the service of a case was a documented and repeatedly proven fact. Holmes did not eat during cases. Holmes did not sleep adequately during cases. Holmes exposed himself to risks that a person with normal self-preservation instincts would avoid, and he did all of this with a cheerfulness about his own condition that Watson, as a physician, found both admirable and deeply professionally alarming. So Watson waited for Holmes at the Edinburgh barrier with the concern of a man who had calculated the number of hours since Holmes had last eaten and slept adequately, and was prepared to address whichever of those deficits was most urgently requiring attention. When Holmes appeared, walking quickly, collar up, looking sharp and contained and entirely functional, the concern released. The expression that replaced it was the expression of a man who has been holding something and has been told he can set it down. And underneath the professional relief, underneath the practical readiness that immediately reasserted itself as Watson began moving toward us with the questions that needed to be asked and the information that needed to be shared, underneath all of that, something warmer and simpler. Watson was glad to see him, not in the diluted sense in which people are glad to see people they know, in the full, unambiguous sense of someone whose days are genuinely better with this person in them than without them, who has learned this fact through years of evidence and accepts it without sentimentality, because sentimentality is not Watson's mode, but accuracy is. This is what their partnership looked like from the outside, when neither of them was performing it for anyone else, and the performance was therefore unnecessary. Watson glad to see Holmes. Holmes in the quiet way of a man who does not often express such things, but cannot quite conceal them, meeting Watson's warmth with something that was not quite its equal, but was not either indifference. They shook hands. "You made it," Watson said. "Of course," Holmes said. "And then we went to find somewhere warm, and the case moved from the train into the city, and the train moved further into the past, which was where trains eventually go. The road from Perth to the Montrose estate ran through 22 miles of Perthshire countryside that was, in December, a different world from anything further south. The Perthshire of December 1895 was Perthshire of a period before the great landscaping changes of the 20th century, when the pattern of the land was still largely what it had been for several centuries, a mix of agricultural improvement and ancient natural landscape that had been shaped by the specific combination of geology, climate, and human use that characterized the Central Highlands' southern edge. The valley floors were farmed. The flat ground on either side of the rivers was under cultivation, the fields divided by dry stone walls that ran along contours in the way that Scottish walls do, following the logic of the land rather than the logic of the surveyor's grid. The higher ground was heather and rough grass, and the occasional stand of plantation forestry, dark against the sky at night, and, in daylight, the deep reddish-brown of December heather that had finished flowering and was waiting for the spring. The Scots pines were everywhere. This was one of the things about Perthshire that distinguished it from the managed English countryside, the presence of the native Scots pine, which grew in this part of Scotland with a character that no plantation tree could replicate, ancient and gnarled and widely spaced in the way of trees that have grown slowly in good soil without competition, each one an individual rather than an element of a stand, with the specific character that comes from 3 or 4 centuries of a single tree adapting to a single place. At night, their outlines against the sky were unmistakable. That irregular spreading canopy with the flat top that the Scots pine develops in maturity, very different from the pointed silhouette of plantation conifers, visible even in cloud-covered darkness as a denser dark against the dark sky. The carriage went through them at intervals, the pines on either side of the road closing overhead briefly before opening again to the sky, the smell of the night air changing as we passed through, the pine resin adding itself to the cold, clean highland smell that was already different from any air further south, cleaner, older, carrying in it the long atmospheric journey from the north without encountering the industrial corridor of the English Midlands and its particular chemistry. Holmes sat in the carriage with his head slightly tilted back and his eyes open, and I thought he was thinking, just thinking, the case running through its final iterations in his mind as we came closer to the conclusion. But once, briefly, I noticed him look out at the darkness between the pines with an expression that was not the calculating look of a mind at work, but something more like the expression of a man who has stepped briefly outside of his own operations and simply registered, "This is very beautiful." It lasted perhaps 2 seconds. Then the calculating look returned, and he was planning again. Watson was looking out his window with the doctor's instinct for the world as something to be observed and understood, rather than used, with a genuine curiosity about the physical world that made him, within the partnership's specific dynamic, the one more likely to notice and name the thing that was beautiful or strange or worth attending to for its own sake, rather than for its informational value. "Smell that," Watson said, not asking anyone to do anything in particular, just naming what was there. We smelled it. The cold Perthshire night, the pine resin, the dark earth of the valley floor visible beyond the windows has a slightly different texture of darkness from the sky, the specific cold that has latitude in it, the cold of a place significantly further north than London. A cold that was the same temperature as some London winter days, but felt different because it was a Highland cold. A cold with distance and altitude, and the specific emptiness of the land behind it, rather than the city's specific mixture of bodies and engines and the residual warmth of concentrated habitation. Yes, Holmes said, and that was all. But it was the same as saying, I know. I noticed this too. The world is not only what it contains in the way of problems to be solved, it also contains this. The carriage moved on through the dark. The pines gave way to open hillside, then resumed, then gave way to the wider valley, where the river ran silver under the clouds. The lights of farms appeared and disappeared, each one a small domestic declaration against the dark. People in there warm and asleep, their cattle and sheep and dogs settled into their winter barns and sheds, the Perthshire night doing what it did, and the farms doing what they had always done in the presence of the Perthshire night, which was essentially to continue. We came over a rise and saw, below us and to the right, the lights of Montrose Hall. There is a particular quality to a large house at night that is unlike its quality in daylight. In daylight, a house of the scale of Montrose Hall presents itself as a statement. Its architecture declares its period and its pretensions and its history and the ambitions of the people who built it, and all of these declarations are available to be read by any sufficiently informed observer. The Scots baronial towers at the corners, the crow-stepped gables, the stone of it in its actual colour, rather than the darkness that the night gives to stone. All of this is readable, locatable in the history of Scottish domestic architecture, accessible in terms of what it says about the family that built it and the century that produced the style. At night, the architecture disappears. What remains is mass and light. The mass of the house against the slightly paler sky, showing which windows are lit and which are dark, presenting the house not as a statement of identity, but as a fact of presence. Something large is there, and it contains warmth, and the warmth makes rectangles of light in the dark that tell you where inside it life is happening. Montrose Hall at 3 a.m. was lit in the ground floor only, and the pattern of the lit windows told a story before we even arrived at the door. The sitting room on the east side of the ground floor, 2 windows wide and both lit. A single light in what I took to be the kitchen or the back passage. The rest of the house dark above and around these small assertions of wakefulness. Someone was up, or had been up, in the sitting room. Charlotte Haverstock, we would learn, had not slept that night. She had come down to the sitting room at midnight and had sat there since, reading or attempting to read, with the fire burning and the lamp lit, and the sense of a person who has reached the point where waiting in bed is no longer possible, and a lamp-lit room is preferable to darkness. She had been, she said, afraid. Not specifically afraid. Not afraid of a particular thing happening, though the particular thing had in fact been happening in Edinburgh while she sat in her lamp-lit Perthshire sitting room, her husband being identified on the southbound platform at Waverley and requested to accompany 2 constables in a direction that was not southbound. She had been afraid in the way of someone who has done something irreversible and is waiting for the irreversibility to declare itself in its final form. She had known, since Carmichael's last communication, the one that had told her, without stating it, that the investigation had progressed past the point where it could be deflected or managed, that the declaration was coming. She did not know when. She was waiting for when. We were when. The housemaid who opened the servants' entrance was perhaps 18, small and tired, with the quality of someone who has been woken from genuine deep sleep and has not yet achieved full wakefulness, but has gotten as far as upright and appropriately dressed. She looked at us with the specific expression of a young woman encountering 3 unknown men at a kitchen door at 3 in the morning, which is an expression that combines wariness with the instinct that 3 men coming to a kitchen door at this hour were probably not burglars, because burglars did not knock. Holmes spoke to her with a particular kind of authority that manages to be both clear and gentle, the authority of someone who knows exactly what needs to happen and how to make it happen without alarm. She went upstairs. She came back. Mrs. Haverstock would come down. The few minutes we waited in the kitchen were filled with the specific warmth and smell of a Victorian kitchen at night, the range still burning at its lowest setting, radiating the particular warmth of cast iron that has held heat all day, the smell of the day's cooking embedded in the walls and the wooden surfaces and the hanging pans, the specific clean soap and ash smell of a working kitchen that has been properly cleaned at the end of the day and is now resting. It was a hospitable smell, a domestic smell, the smell of a house that was properly run by people who took the running of it seriously. Then Charlotte Haverstock came down the stairs. The morning that followed was a Perthshire morning of the kind that Perthshire provides in December, when the cloud cover breaks before dawn and the day arrives clear and cold, and so still that the sounds of the estate, a rooster somewhere, the Clydesdales in the stable block, the faint sound of the river in the valley below, were individually distinct in the air, each separated from the others by the specific quality of Highland quiet that is not the absence of sound, but the spaciousness around it. I walked outside while Watson was taking Charlotte's statement. Holmes was in the library, reviewing Sir Hamish's papers. Carmichael had arranged access to these with a letter, and Holmes had been thorough about it, going through the correspondence and the estate accounts and the diary entries of Sir Hamish's last months, with the attention of someone looking for the texture of a life, rather than specific evidentiary items, because the evidentiary items had already been established, and what remained was the understanding, the full picture of who Sir Hamish had been, and what had actually happened in this house in his final weeks. What Holmes found in those papers, and what he described to me later in Edinburgh, with the care of someone who had been moved by what they encountered, and was reporting it accurately precisely because accuracy was what he valued, and the accuracy was itself moving, was a portrait of a man who had tried to do the right thing and had run out of time before he could. Sir Hamish's diary for the last 3 weeks of his life was the diary of a man who was dying and knew it, who was dealing with his estate and his responsibilities and his relationships with the particular intensity of someone who understands that the time available for dealing with them is finite and decreasing. There were entries about the estate, instructions and observations and concerns for specific farms and specific families. There were entries about the charitable trust and its work. There were entries about Dunbar, about specific legal matters that needed to be attended to before time ran out. And there were entries about Charlotte. The most recent of these, the last entry, 3 days before Sir Hamish's death, read, in Sir Hamish's deteriorating but still legible hand, "Charlotte here today. I must speak with Dunbar about the provision. Must not leave her without the means to have what she deserves independently. It cannot wait. It had waited, as things do when death arrives before the intention can be executed. The must not wait had waited anyway, because waiting is what unexecuted intentions do. Holmes did not read this entry aloud when he told me about it. He recounted it from memory in the exact words, with a precision that made clear he had committed it to memory in the library of Montrose Hall, at the desk where Sir Hamish had last sat, in the morning light of a December day that Sir Hamish would never see. The connection between that single diary entry and everything that followed, Charlotte's decision, Montrose's proposition, the fraudulent will, the murder, the night express, the corridor at 3 a.m, the bag with it strapped the wrong way round, the constables at Waverley, the 3 men at a kitchen door in Perthshire at 3 a.m, was the connection between intention and the gap that time and death can open between intention and execution. It was the connection between what Sir Hamish had meant and what the world, having other plans, had made of his meaning. This was, Holmes said, the most complete account of why crimes happen that he had encountered in a career that had provided many accounts. Not wickedness, not stupidity, not the straightforward desire to take something that belonged to someone else, but the cascade of consequences that flows from one good man dying before he could do the good thing he intended, and the various human responses to the gap his death left. Some responses to the gap were admirable. Dunbar's careful and persistent investigation of the anomaly he had identified was admirable. The refusal to accept that what seemed wrong was actually right. The dogged professionalism of a man who understood that his function was to ensure the law's intent was fulfilled, and not merely its surface observed. Carmichael's eventual disclosure was admirable, however late in coming, and however costly to his sister. Even Charlotte's impulse, in its original form before it found the wrong method, was understandable. The desire to ensure that what Sir Hamish had promised would exist as more than a promise, that the care he had extended to her would have tangible form. The less admirable responses were Geoffrey Haverstock's, the recognition that knowledge was power, and that power, in his circumstance, was synonymous with the willingness to use it. And James Montrose's, the opportunist's eye for what another person's desperation could be made to produce, and the murder, which was neither opportunism nor desperation, but the cold calculation of a man who had decided that a loose end was best cut. I stood outside Montrose Hall in the clear Perthshire morning and looked at the hills to the north. They were white at the summits, the first winter snow of the season, sitting above the tree line in the patches where the sun's low arc did not reach. Below the tree line, the Scots pines were dark against the pale sky, their irregular canopies visible now in the daylight as the individual characters they were. This one wider than the others, that one with a branch that the weight of last winter's snow had permanently angled downward. Another with the particular quality of age that made it not just a tree, but a kind of monument, a presence. The estate's home farm was visible from where I stood, a cluster of buildings behind a dry stone wall, the smell of cattle and the sound of the morning's work beginning, the Clydesdales being prepared for whatever field work December permitted. In the nearest field, a flock of sheep moved across the frosted grass in the unhurried collective way of animals that know their ground and have no reason to hurry. The black faces of the Highland breed turned occasionally toward the hall and then away, unimpressed. 437 people. Not an abstraction, not a legal category or a financial instrument. 437 people who woke up in this valley and these hills every morning and managed the particular complexity of a life lived in a specific place with specific relationships and specific dependencies, and who would do so next year and the year after, because a fraudulent document had been correctly identified and a night express from Euston to Edinburgh had been boarded on a December evening by the right people, and had arrived at the right conclusions before the wrong ones could take effect. Watson called from the hall side door. He had finished his notes. We needed to arrange transport back to Perth. I took one more look at the hills and the pines and the sheep in the frosted field, and then I went back inside. The thing about resolution, in the experience of working with Holmes, was that it had a different quality from what the popular literature of detection suggested. The popular literature, and Holmes himself, when he was working within Watson's published accounts, tended to encourage this, suggested that the resolution of a case was a moment. The revelation, the confrontation, the naming of the guilty party, the complete statement of how the thing was done and why, the drama of the solved puzzle. The reality was more gradual and in some ways more satisfying for being gradual. Resolution came, in this case, over 3 days. The conversation with Charlotte, then Dunbar's arrival, then the constable's report from Edinburgh, then the session with Vale, then the forensic examiner's confirmation from Professor Gilchrist. Each of these moments added to a picture that was already substantially complete, but that required this process of formal confirmation, this layering of official acknowledgement onto private conclusion, before it had the quality of resolution, rather than merely of understanding. Holmes, during these 3 days, was quieter than he had been during the investigation itself. The driven intensity of the case in motion, the focused, economical, somewhat inhuman efficiency of his mind at full engagement, gave way to something slower and more reflective. He ate properly, which was always the first sign that the acute phase had passed. He slept for 9 hours the first night in Edinburgh, which Watson noted with satisfaction, and which Holmes did not comment on. He walked. Holmes, when a case was resolving, walked. Not the purposeful walks of investigation. Those had direction and destination, and the quality of movement deployed in service of a goal. But a different kind of walking, the kind that was its own purpose, that moved through spaces without an agenda, except the particular dialogue between the moving body and the physical world that walking creates. He walked through the old town. He walked along the water at Leith. He walked around Arthur's Seat in the cold, which took the better part of an afternoon, and returned to the hotel afterwards with frost on his coat and a quality of settled clarity that Watson associated with the completion of a significant case. I walked with him once, the last afternoon, as I described. The other walks he made alone. On the last evening, the 4 of us, Holmes, Watson, Dunbar and myself, had dinner together at the hotel, with a bottle of Scotch whisky that Dunbar produced with the comfortable proprietary air of a man bringing the thing his country does best to a table of people who will appreciate it. The dinner was good. Edinburgh knows how to produce a good dinner when a good dinner is required. And the conversation was the conversation of people who have been through something together and have the particular ease of a shared experience that is now far enough behind them to be comfortable. Dunbar was expansive. The relief of resolution suited him, gave him room to be the person he naturally was, rather than the anxious, document-clutching professional the case had required him to be for several weeks. He told stories about Edinburgh and the law, which he did with the dry humour of a man who has spent decades in a profession that provides unlimited material for dry humour, and which Holmes found genuinely amusing in a way that he rarely found things genuinely amusing rather than merely interesting. Watson talked about medicine, because Watson always found his way back to medicine eventually, and the Edinburgh Medical School. one of the most distinguished in the world, at this period, the pre-eminent training ground for the British medical profession, provided him topics that he engaged with the specific enthusiasm of a man who believes that the practice of medicine is one of the most important things a person can do and is never quite without something to say about how it might be done better. Holmes was quiet more than he spoke, but his quietness was the pleasant quietness of a man who is comfortable rather than the charged, thinking quietness of a mind that has something specific to work on. He drank his whiskey with the considered attention he gave to things he found genuinely good, and when Dunbar told a particular story about a case involving a disputed Edinburgh tenement that had the structure of a very good comic short story, Holmes laughed, a real laugh, not the short, controlled expression of amused appreciation that was his usual register when presented with something he found clever. A genuine laugh, brief but full, at the genuine comedy of the story Dunbar had told. Watson looked at him with the specific expression of a man who is filing a memory. I thought, there it is, underneath the machine of the mind, underneath the instrument precision and the logical completeness and the extraordinary capacity to see and understand. There it is, the person. He is in there. He is sometimes allowed out. The dinner ended. The whiskey was finished. Dunbar made his return to his own Edinburgh club with the comfortable certainty of a man whose immediate professional crisis has been resolved and whose next task is the pleasant one of reorganizing his professional life in the light of that resolution. Watson went to bed. Holmes and I sat for a while longer in the hotel's sitting room, by the fire, in the particular comfortable silence of two people who have run out of necessary things to say but are not yet ready to end the evening. The fire burned. The clock on the mantelpiece counted the late minutes. Somewhere in Edinburgh, somewhere in the network of streets and courts and closes of this ancient city, the night was doing what the night does, which is to be dark and cold and full of the particular quality of quiet that city nights have after most of the city has gone to sleep, when the sounds that remain are the sounds of the minimum. A tram in the distance, the wind in a chimney, the occasional step of a night watchman on a distant pavement. I thought about the train. I thought about the train pulling out of Euston 3 days ago, the platform sliding past the window, the city's back face presenting itself in the yellow lamplight, and the particular quality of that moment, the moment of departure, when the fixed world begins to move past you, and you understand that you are now in a different condition from the one you were in 30 seconds ago, that you have left, that the journey has begun. I thought about the compartment and the 3 people who had shared it with me, Dunbar reviewing his documents with the focused attention of a man who understands that his work matters, Mrs. Thorne with her George Eliot, watching the room with her quiet intelligence, Vale with his controlled wakefulness and his anxiety about a bag that contained something he didn't fully understand the weight of. I thought about the corridor at 2 in the morning, and the door ajar by ½ an inch, and Holmes at the window of his sleeper. I thought about the darkness outside, England passing in the dark at 60 miles an hour. "The next case," Holmes said, from his chair, without looking up from the fire. "Yes," I said, "will presumably present itself in due course." He was quiet for a moment. "They always do." He looked up. The firelight was on his face, and the face in the firelight had the quality it always had in such light, strongly defined, clear, present. A face that was difficult to read because it presented so much and withheld so much simultaneously. "I imagine you will be there when it does," he said. "As you were here." "I imagine so," I said. He nodded. He looked back at the fire, and that was enough. Closing reflection. The long view. The story ends here, in the hotel sitting room in Edinburgh, with the fire and the clock and the quiet. But the story also doesn't end here, because the story of a mystery is never really the story of the crime. It is the story of the people, and the people continue after the story does. Charlotte Haverstock served her sentence. She was released after 2 years, her cooperation and the genuine extenuating circumstances of her situation having been treated by the court with a leniency that was not universal, but was, in her specific case, appropriate. After her release, she returned to Edinburgh, to her brother's house on Moray Place, and began the process of rebuilding a life in the terms that were available to her, which were different terms from the terms that had been available to her at 28, but not entirely without possibility. She was intelligent. She was, after everything, still young enough, and she was, if nothing else, free of Geoffrey Haverstock. Archibald Dunbar continued his practice. He was, after the resolution of the Montrose case, a man with a considerably enhanced reputation in certain circles of Edinburgh legal society. The circles that understood that the identification of a sophisticated forgery and the commissioning of the investigation that exposed it represented a level of professional attentiveness above the ordinary. He retired in 1907 in good health and spent his retirement in the same Edinburgh he had always occupied, reading novels without guilt. Edmund Vale painted. He continued to paint for the rest of his working life, landscapes primarily, and portraits of people who interested him, and a long series of Scottish subjects that he began after the Edinburgh winter, and that formed the core of the reputation that slowly accumulated around his name over the following decades. He and Carmichael remained connected, the patronage relationship continuing in the form of friendship, as Carmichael's own circumstances changed with the passage of time. He never, after that December, carried packages for anyone without knowing exactly what they contained. Douglas Carmichael lived into his 70s, continuing as a trustee of the charitable trust through the long period of its development into a functioning organisation that genuinely changed things on the Montrose estate. He endowed a scholarship at Edinburgh University in his retirement for students of law. He was, in the assessment of everyone who dealt with him across those decades, a man who had done one difficult thing correctly when it was required of him, and who had found that the doing of it had made the subsequent years somewhat easier to navigate. The charitable trust still exists in the form that it took after the resolution of the estate dispute. The Montrose estate is managed according to Sir Alister's principles, adapted to the conditions that each successive decade has presented. The tenant farms are, most of them, still occupied by the families that occupied them in 1895, or by their descendants who carry the particular quality of people who know the land they work and have been permitted to go on knowing it. Geoffrey Haverstock is not part of the story after his arrest. James Montrose's heirs received nothing from the estate, which was the correct outcome. Sherlock Holmes and Watson returned to Baker Street. I returned to wherever I returned to between these journeys, the particular version of everywhere and nowhere that exists between the travels, which I have never successfully described, and which I do not intend to try to describe now, because the description would require a kind of language that I don't quite have, and would, if I attempted it, say less than the silence. What I will say, as the closing thought of this long night journey through the English dark and the Scottish morning, and the Edinburgh streets and the Perthshire countryside. The world is full of mysteries, not in the sensational sense, not in the sense of crimes waiting to be solved or secrets waiting to be revealed. In the quieter and more persistent sense of things that are not fully visible from where you stand, things that have happened and are happening whose significance is not yet available to you, connections that exist between events and people and places that the connecting moment has not yet arrived to make clear. You carry mysteries with you everywhere you go. You are embedded in stories that have not yet told you what they are. The people you sit beside on trains have histories you cannot see, and futures you cannot predict, and connections to other histories and other futures that loop and tangle through the world in ways that no single perspective can fully map. Holmes understood this, which is one of the reasons he was so extraordinary. He had developed a way of seeing that made the invisible visible, that extracted from the available evidence the connections that were not immediately apparent. He was, in this sense, not so much a detective as a translator, someone who could read the language that events write in the world and render it into the language that people could use. But he also understood, in the moments when he allowed himself to understand it, that his translation was always partial, that there was always more to see than he had seen, that the next case would contain things that the previous case could not have prepared him for, that the world was, in the final assessment, larger and more various and more genuinely strange than any single mind, however extraordinary, could fully comprehend. This was perhaps the most interesting thing about him. Not the intelligence, which was extraordinary, but comprehensible as a quality that a mind could have, but the humility, the grudging, sometimes reluctant, always accurate acknowledgement that the world was bigger than he was. We are all living in a world bigger than we are. This is not a frightening thought, lying here in the warmth, in the quiet, in the long, soft dark of the late night. It is, I think, a comforting one, because it means that there is always more. Always another story, another connection, another mystery that will reveal itself in the fullness of time. Always another train departing from a platform in a great Victorian station, carrying its sealed compartments and its amber-lit windows northward through the dark. Always another journey. Always another night. Rest well, dear traveller. The world is very, very large, and you have all of it ahead of you when the morning comes. For now, just this. Just the warmth. Just the dark. Just the slow, steady rhythm of your breathing. In and out, counting itself down into sleep. The train runs on somewhere. The wheels count the miles, and you drift and drift, and the dark comes up around you like water around a stone, warm and complete and still. Sleep. I want to return to the dining car, because I passed through it quickly the first time, and there is more to be said. The dining car of the northbound night express in December 1895 was, for the 2 hours of the first sitting, a world unto itself. One of those small, complete worlds that certain rooms become when they are functioning properly, when the people in them and the service being provided, and the ambient conditions all align in a way that produces a totality, a self-sufficiency, that makes the room feel not just adequate, but genuinely excellent at being exactly what it is. The second sitting, the 9:30 sitting, to which Holmes had moved himself after the first had ended, was a different experience. I had gone back, during the interval, to the compartment, and then returned for a glass of port that the steward had recommended, with the quiet confidence of someone who knows what they have. Holmes was still at his table when I came in, and from the quality of his stillness, the way he was positioned in his chair, the angle of his head, I understood that he had not been sitting in the dining car for an hour and a half eating, which would have been unlike him, but had been using the dining car as an observation post, which was entirely characteristic. The second sitting had fewer passengers than the first, 5 or 6, seated at various tables, the demographics somewhat different from the first sitting's mixed population. 2 businessmen who appeared to be travelling together and were deep in a discussion that had the intense quality of 2 people disagreeing fundamentally about something important and having the long journey to resolve it or not resolve it. A clergyman, alone, eating with the absorbed attention of a man who has spent the day in spiritual matters and finds that spiritual matters create an impressive appetite. A young woman in the window seat opposite, travelling alone, who was managing the dining car alone in a way that suggested she had done it before and had made her peace with the minor social complexity of being an unaccompanied woman in a public Victorian dining space. And, in the far corner, at a table for 2, where the second seat was occupied by a glass of whiskey and soda and a newspaper folded to a particular page, a man whom I had not seen in the first sitting and who had, for the entirety of my time in the dining car, maintained a position that kept his face angled away from the first-class compartment end of the train. He was of middle age, well-dressed in the way of a man who understands that well-dressed means nothing calls attention to itself. No conspicuous colours, no ornate accessories, the suit of someone who shops at good shops and wears what they produce without embellishment. His posture was relaxed in a way that relaxed postures can be when they are adopted deliberately, the specific over-relaxation of a person who is concentrating very hard on appearing not to concentrate. He was reading his newspaper. He had been reading the same column of his newspaper for the entire 20 minutes I had been in the dining car, which I could determine because the angle of his head had not changed in relation to the page during that entire period. I looked at Holmes. Holmes was looking at the window beside his table, in which the darkness of the countryside and the faint reflection of the dining car's interior combined to produce, in the glass, a faint ghost image of the room, including the corner where the man with the newspaper was sitting. Holmes was watching the reflection. The man with the newspaper was Geoffrey Haverstock. I did not know this at the time. I learned it in the morning, when Holmes confirmed the identity, having spent the second sitting in the dining car conducting, through the medium of the window's reflection, a 20-minute assessment of the man in the corner. What I knew at the time was that he was wrong in the way that I had already identified as a quality of the first sitting. Wrong in the way of a note slightly off pitch. Wrong in the way of something that was performing its category, rather than existing in it. A man reading a newspaper at the second sitting of the dining car on a night express to Edinburgh was a perfectly ordinary thing. What was not ordinary was the way this man was performing it. The specific quality of effortfulness in the apparent effortlessness. The maintenance of the appearance of absorption without any of the actual signals that absorption produces in a person who is genuinely absorbed in what they are reading. No slight movements of the lip, no changes in the rhythm of breathing, no occasional glance up at nothing that distracted people perform when they have just read something that required processing before they can continue. Just the unvarying angle of head to page for 20 minutes, while the Midlands passed outside and the steward moved through the car with the professional grace of his trade. Holmes ordered a second cup of coffee. It arrived with the precision of the well-run dining car, the steward appearing at exactly the right moment, the coffee appearing in its cup at the right temperature. The transaction completed smoothly and efficiently, and with the minor social interaction that the Victorian service tradition considered appropriate to the relation between waiter and waited upon. "Extraordinary night," Holmes remarked to the steward as the coffee was placed. "Very clear, sir," the steward said. "The signals have been good all the way from London. We'll make Preston in good time." "Good time indeed," Holmes said pleasantly. "Tell me, that gentleman in the corner, has he been in the dining car long?" The steward glanced, briefly and professionally. "Came in about an hour ago, sir. Shortly after the first sitting ended. He's second class, but we permit second-class passengers in the dining car if there's room after the first sitting." "Of course," Holmes said. "Very good of the railway. Good evening." The steward moved on. Holmes drank his coffee. The man in the corner continued reading his newspaper. In the window, the reflection continued its faint accounting of the room. This was how Holmes confirmed what he had suspected when he saw the man board at Preston, seen briefly from the corridor, at a moment when the northbound stop produced its usual brief disruption of movement that created cover for a surveillance that Holmes was performing, and that provided, at its conclusion, the key fact. Haverstock was on the train, and Haverstock had used the second sitting of the dining car as the period during which to access the first-class carriages. The timeline, which Holmes reconstructed later, was as follows. During the first sitting, when the first-class compartment passengers were in the dining car for dinner, Haverstock had moved forward through the train from his second-class seat, entered the first-class corridor, and gone through two compartments, Holmes's sleeper and our compartment, with the specific purpose of finding documents he knew or believed would be there. He had found nothing in Holmes's sleeper, because Holmes's documents were on his person. He had found Vale's bag in compartment 4 and had searched it and taken the photographs. He had returned to second class before the dinner sitting ended and the first-class passengers began making their way back. By the time I woke in the corridor at 2 a.m. and found Holmes's door ajar, the photographs were already in Haverstock's pocket. He had what he came for. He was sitting in second class, in the dark, calculating what to do with it. Holmes reconstructed all of this for Watson and me over the Edinburgh breakfast table, with the particular satisfaction of someone who had been working from incomplete information and is now able to lay out the complete version. He had known, he said, from the moment he saw Haverstock in the dining car reflection, that the dynamics of the case had changed. The presence of someone attempting to intercept the documents that were the core evidence of the investigation indicated that the investigation had been identified and that someone with a stake in its outcome was sufficiently alarmed to take direct action. The directness of the action, coming onto the train, searching compartments, taking the photographs, suggested a degree of desperation that, in Holmes's assessment, was consistent with someone who had run out of more sophisticated options. This was why Haverstock had moved from the elegant leverage play of someone who knows something damaging about another person to the crude, risky operation of searching a moving train in the dark. He had been, when he boarded at Euston in second class, a man who believed he was ahead of the investigation. He had some of the information. He knew about the photographs through some communication that had reached him from the Charlotte Carmichael correspondence chain. He believed he could intercept them. He did not know that Holmes was on the train, which was why Holmes had not been advertised as being on the train. a deliberate choice by Holmes in the planning of the journey. But he found out, Watson said. He found out when he searched my sleeper, Holmes said. He didn't find the documents, but he found enough to establish that the person in compartment 7 was not an ordinary first-class passenger. Small things, the specific nature of the very little I had left in the bag, the combination of items that together made a specific kind of profile. He understood, after the search, that he had been preceded. He paused. This changed his calculation. He had the photographs. He also knew that the investigation was more advanced than he had believed. Which is why he tried to leave Edinburgh, I said. He made the calculation that the photographs gave him enough leverage to negotiate from London, to offer information in exchange for whatever could be exchanged for information in his position. He did not understand, or perhaps understood and chose not to fully credit, that the evidence available from the post-mortem of James Montrose would be sufficient without anything he could offer. Holmes looked at his tea. He underestimated what Watson had established in Edinburgh. Watson accepted this without overt pleasure, with the slightly modest expression of a man who knows he has done something well and does not need to be told so, though being told so is not unwelcome. The photographs, I said. Were they recovered? From his bag at Waverley, Holmes said. Still intact. The constable was thorough. He was quiet for a moment. They will form part of the evidence, along with the forensic examiner's report. The case against Haverstock for the murder of James Montrose is clear. The case against Charlotte for the will fraud is also clear, though its character is different in ways that the legal process will have the opportunity to acknowledge. He said this in the tone of a man who believes the legal process is imperfect, but capable, under the right circumstances, of the differentiation that the present case required. A tone not of optimism exactly, but of qualified confidence in the system's available capacity when pressed. And the estate, Watson said, returns to its proper disposition, Holmes said. Dunbar will manage the legal process. The trust will be activated. The people of the estate will benefit from what Sir Alistair intended, and Sir Hamish sustained. He stood from the breakfast table. That is, after all, what the whole thing was about. He picked up his coat. I intend to walk, he said. The old town. An hour or so. The case is done. My mind requires... He paused, searching for the word that would describe what his mind required after an intense case, without sounding either sentimental or self-indulgent. Decompression, he said, finding it. Watson, I leave you to the forensic examiner's report. Watson nodded. He was already reaching for his medical bag with the readiness of a man whose professional involvement in a case was not yet concluded, and who would not conclude it until every detail that required his attention had received it. Holmes looked at me. You'll walk with me? He said. Not quite a question. Yes, I said. And we went out into the Edinburgh morning together, and the case moved into its final phase, and the city was cold and clear and full of the particular character of a Scottish winter morning, and the old town was as it had always been, which was entirely itself. There is something I should tell you about what it meant to sleep on a Victorian train in 1895, because the experience was sufficiently different from anything you might know from later travel, that it deserves its own moment of attention before the night deepens fully and the story finishes its work. The sleeping arrangements in a first-class compartment, not the dedicated sleeper that Holmes occupied, but the standard shared compartment, were a matter of improvisation rather than design. The seats, well cushioned and deep as they were, could be adjusted in the recline direction to something approaching the horizontal, though not quite achieving it. The railway companies provided, on request and at extra charge on some services, small pillows and blankets. The pillows were firm and serviceable, the blankets dark wool, carrying a faint railway smell that was not unpleasant and was entirely specific to itself. To sleep in a first-class compartment in this period was to sleep at an angle, in a seat, with the motion of the train producing a continuous gentle rocking that was simultaneously the most natural thing in the world. Human beings have been rocked to sleep since before they were human beings, and entirely unfamiliar, because the rocking was of a different frequency and amplitude from anything experienced outside a vehicle. There was also the sound. I have already described the sound of the train at speed, but I want to come back to it in its specific relationship to sleep, because this relationship is one of the most interesting things about the experience of a long night journey by rail. The sound of a Victorian express at full speed is not quiet. It is, in fact, quite loud in an objective sense. The wheels on the rail joints, the engine at the front of the train, the various mechanical sounds of a 100-ton machine moving at 60 miles an hour all contribute to a sound environment that, in a modern context, would be described as unsuitable for sleep. And yet, people sleep on trains. They have always slept on trains. The sound, far from preventing sleep, facilitates it, because what the mind and body require for the transition into sleep is not silence, but consistency. A consistent sound, maintained without variation, quickly stops being registered as information and becomes instead a kind of carrier signal, something the auditory system treats as background rather than foreground, as environment rather than event. The wheels on the rail joints provide exactly this. Their rhythm, regular, complex, unvarying in its structure, though infinite in its specific instances, produces the effect that white noise produces, that steady rainfall on a roof produces, that the sea heard from a certain distance produces, a sound that fills the auditory field so completely and so consistently that it paradoxically creates a kind of quiet, a psychological quiet, that is independent of the decibel level and dependent only on the sound's consistency. This is why passengers on Victorian trains slept, not despite the noise, but because of it. The wheels counted the miles, and the miles counted themselves down into the comfortable mathematics of time passing, and the body accepted the rocking and the sound as the conditions of the world for now, and agreed to release its hold on wakefulness. In compartment 4, on the northbound express, on a December night in 1895, this is what happened. One by one, the compartment's occupants gave themselves to it. Dunbar first, with the confident ease of a man who had made this journey many times and had a long body memory of what train sleep felt like and required. Mrs. Thorne next, with the controlled discipline of someone who had decided that sleep was appropriate and had arranged the conditions for it with the same precision she brought to everything else. Even Vale, whose wakefulness had been maintained with such effort, eventually crossed whatever threshold his anxiety had been holding him at and slipped into the shallower version of sleep that was available to him. Not deep, not restoring, but the minimum. The body's insistence on some form of unconsciousness after enough hours without it. And the compartment became what compartments become when everyone in them is asleep. A small, warm, lamp-lit room, moving through the dark, containing its sleeping occupants with the complete indifference of any room to the people inside it. The physical world going on regardless, the track running out ahead into the darkness and the wheels counting every inch of it. This is what you are in, right now, in the deep section of the night. Not the compartment exactly, but something like it, something small and warm, something moving, if only in the sense that the hours are moving, the night progressing through its stages toward the morning that is always eventually coming, something that contains you with the comfortable indifference that the best kind of rest requires, a space that does not need anything from you, that asks nothing, that is simply available to be in. And the sound, whatever sound is in your room right now, the ambient sound of wherever you are, that is your version of the wheels. Let it be. Let it do what the wheels do. Let it fill the space so completely and so evenly that it stops being information and becomes environment, and the environment becomes the condition under which your body agrees to let go. You are here. You are warm. You are safe. The night is doing its work. Let it. And so the Carriage of Whispers ends where all good stories end. Not with a bang or a dramatic flourish, but with the quiet settling of things into their proper places. The fraudulent will into the proper legal record that marks it as fraudulent. The legitimate will into its proper operation, directing the Montrose estate into the care of the trust that Sir Alasdair built and Sir Hamish maintained, and that now, at long last, would be permitted to do what it was designed to do. The people who had done wrong, into the long process of facing what they had done and living with the consequences of it. The people who had done right. Dunbar with his careful attention. Watson with his 3 hours of Edinburgh investigation. Holmes with the mind that never stopped and the eyes that never missed. Into the ordinary resumption of their ordinary lives, carrying with them the memory of a December night express and the particular satisfaction of work correctly done. The estate workers and tenant farmers of Montrose Hall into a new year that would be different from the year before, in ways they would notice in the spring, when certain things that had been uncertain became certain, and certain things that had been promised were kept. And us, you and I, dear traveller, into the dark, which is where you are, in the dark, in the warmth, in the specific and unrepeatable hour of your own particular night. I want to leave you something to take into sleep, something small and true. Here it is. Every night express that has ever run from London northward through the December dark has carried people, real people, with real histories and real anxieties and real loves and real mistakes and real moments of kindness and real moments of cowardice. The trains themselves are gone now, the specific engines, the specific carriages, the dining cars with their white linen and their silver cutlery, and their stewards who could navigate a swaying floor with a full tray at 60 miles an hour. All gone. But the people were real, and the going through the dark was real, and the warmth of the compartment against the December cold was real, and the amber lamp burning through the long night was real, and the sound of the wheels on the rails was real, and in some sense that I can't quite articulate but believe, in the sense in which the past is always present in the conditions that produce the present, that train is still running somewhere, still carrying its passengers through the long dark, still counting the miles northward, still moving toward morning, as you are, as you always are, on any night, in any hour of the dark, moving toward morning. Rest well, sweet dreams.